Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Minnesota. We're here for the final day of the Preserve Championships, located just outside of Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're in Clearwater. The beautiful Black Bear course will host us today as our FPO competitors are hunting down this woman, Paige Pierce. She's been taking baby steps throughout the weekend, but now she is ready to go, trying to claim the title she picked up just 2 years ago here at the Black Bear course. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside four-time world champion and Valerie Jenkins. And Val, what in the world is it going to take to erase the three-stroke deficit and get past Paige Pierce today?
Well, if she continues to wear that green band around her ankles, I think the rest of the field has a pretty good chance. But I would say, we look at round two. Round two, Paige opened the door just a sliver and allowed the field to kind of come up to her pace. She shot a 7 down, which was an incredible round, but there were people that shot better. Holland Hanley, for example, she is now on our lead card. So we will see what happens. Everybody shot really well yesterday, but the pressure ramps up in this last round. Can they make it happen today? That's the real question.
Paige knows how to win, not only all over the world, but here specifically in Minnesota and on this course. We'll take a look back at what she was doing in round number 1. This is the tee shot of hole number 3. Pinning it right next to the basket. Paige Pierce, the tap-in birdie there. Here she is on 5 in scramble mode, but it really doesn't matter because she puts herself just behind the pin. She's going to take a knee and then make that putt. She starts out 5 for 5 in round number 1. Then she heads over to hole number 8. A little bit more airspace here, pushing it just right of the pin and nestles up next to it. Paige taps in birdie there. Then on hole number 17, elevator going down, and Paige Pierce finishes out birdie on 17 and 18 in round 1. Then she comes back round number 2. Not quite as close that time, but she still makes the long putt. Here she is on 5, making another solid putt. Just didn't seem to matter where she was. And on 14, after putting it up right next to the OB line and almost throwing it in for eagle, she settles for the birdie. And then on 18 to close out her round, trying to pick up another birdie. As you said, there might have been a hotter round, but Paige still just 2 off the pace of the hot round to keep her in the lead by 3. Well, looks like she's taken off the green band. She's going to the red band. She's ready to tie on another victory is what she's doing here. Paige Pierce ready to hug the bear.
Love you, baby. Love you guys. Cale, give me the bear, dude. Come on. Ah! Ah! All right. This is the trophy? That's the trophy. You'll get your name engraved on it. Wow. That's awesome. That's good training.
All right, everybody.
And welcome. We have Valerie Mondahano discussing her game plan with fiancé Mason Ford, and it looks like they're ready to go.
Next up, joining us from Finland, give a warm welcome to Evelina Salonen. From Canyon Lake, Texas, let's hear it for Lisa Fakis. And from Iowa, 5-time world champ Juliana Korver.
And we have multiple 5-time world champs out on the course. We also have Brian Earhart down giving us some sights and sounds from the ground. Brian, what do you got down there in Clearwater?
Well, Terry, it's turned out to be an absolutely beautiful morning here. High is only going to get up to 72 today. The one thing to note is that the wind is going to be higher than it's ever been, and we've been talking about it all week. It's still just as inconsistent as it's been the previous 2 rounds, but it's going to get up to 25-mile-an-hour winds with gusts even higher than that. So the players are going to have to take their time. They're really going to have to work through this course with a lot of patience. So, yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day of disc golf, that's for sure.
We appreciate that, Brian. And then, Val, that begs the question, does that further advantage our power throwers?
Well, I think you just have to be confident in whatever you choose to throw. You just have to stick to the game plans, choose the right discs, and I think our more experienced players, they are going to have an advantage.
Temperatures, as Brian just said, very, very cool compared to what we saw 2 days ago at 63 degrees. Humidity in the same territory where it's been, but that wind condition and wind speed right now at 23 miles per hour, and it may increase from there. So thank you to Canna for the current conditions and the updates.
And while this course has a variety of shots, whether it's wide open or wooded, there are a lot of baskets that are kind of out in the open and out. And if you're not landing it close to the basket today, I think you're going to find yourself with some putting issues. You need to get those up shots as close as possible so that you don't have to deal with what the wind's doing or if you're landing on the appropriate side of the pin. But it's tough. This is what a lot of the upshots look like on this course. You have to be accurate with a fairway driver, or if you're close enough, with your mid-range.
And not quite clearing the OB. Valerie's going to make a mistake here on one that results in the OB and a penalty. She'll have to take it from this side of the long grass and still have to approach over it. This is tracking. And a great shot by Lisa Fakis.
It's a great shot.
I was more concerned about this.
Santa Cruz's own Don Smith out there walking along. So have Jim Oates accompanying 5-time world champ Juliana Korver. A really solid and consistent weekend thus far for JK. Yesterday, I believe she had 3 birdies, no bogeys, keeping it clean on the course. And has a birdie look on one.
And what an exciting kind of weather condition to have on a final day of a tournament. You know, we have this, the third card, the chase card, trying to put up their best round and catch up to our leaders. And then I feel like you have the advantage being on one of these cards because the pressure isn't on. You don't have the live cameras following you as intensely as the lead cards do. So hopefully they feel a little comfortable and they can score.
And we're going to take a look at our Udisc course close-up. Cale and crew taking over this property in 2020. There are typically 3 courses out here. So if you were to visit in a few days or in a week or two, you'd actually find your option of 3 different courses to play. This is a hybrid coming in as a par 67, just short of 10,000 feet on our FPO layout. Water comes into play on 5 of the holes. And we also have a couple of par 3s out there. In fact, I think we have 4 par 5s out there to make this course that much more difficult. And Udisc, the app for disc golfers, make sure you go out and download it today. And Valerie does have to take it from this side of the fairway. We thought she might have crossed and then maybe fell back into the long grass, but must not have been the case, according to the spotter. Missy Gannon getting ready. Warm-up area.
Shot an incredible 7 down in yesterday's round with a bogey stroke and a double bogey on 18. So Missy played very well yesterday. Very accurate. The putts were on. And then this woman right here, Ella Hansen, joined her with a 7 down. 3 bogeys. And it was at a crucial time when Ella was actually in position to take the lead. Nerves creeped into Ella's mind and she lost confidence in how great she was doing. I mean, she strung together 7 birdies from hole 5 all the way to hole 11. So I'm excited to see what Ella can do today because she had the most momentum and had the power at one point to catch up to Paige and kind of put the pressure on. So we'll see if she can do that again today, but there's a few contenders that can make that happen.
That just slides out of the right side for JK. She'll have to settle for a par.
Go ahead, and then I'll go, because it looks pretty similar. Okay, yeah.
That is huge for Valerie. That means she's going to be opening with a double bogey and falling back yet 2 more to our leader in Paige Pierce, who has yet to tee. It's going to make her run that much more difficult. Vegas finds the bottom of the basket. She opens with the birdie and we'll move to 8 under. Good to see Evelina opening with a made birdie putt. That's going to bring her to 10 under, which is just 1 off the pace of our lead card. Our lead card action is coming up on the other side of this commercial break. We'll be right back.
So I'll double check it. I'll double check it.
The Paul Macbeth Foundation tries to help grow disc golf in underserved areas.
I was just a little bitty boy with hopes and dreams. Then those hopes they manifested to nobody.
None of this, and I mean none of this, could be possible without just anyone that's believed in this foundation or who sees this for the first time and wants to help. Thank you to anyone who's been a part of this. This is just the beginning.
Details are everything when you're at the top of your craft. Step up to my lie with good footing. I settle into my motion. My grip is firm but comfortable. Release my arm up. The release needs to pop. Focusing on what I'm going to do without any consequences. My craft is in the details because details are the difference.
And we're going to flash back to the year 2016 on this very day, June 26th. Paige Pierce out at the Maple Hill course in Leicester, Massachusetts, as she's peering the gap here on the downhill, hole number 13, giving herself with this birdie look, which she capitalizes on. Eventually the tap in to become your first ever Disc Golf Pro Tour champion, Paige Pierce, 6 years ago to the day. And my co-host, four-time world champ, Valerie, right there giving her the high five. She somehow got past you on that one. Did you let her have that one?
Terry, let's not bring it up. It's still fresh.
And Paige, as we said, such an historic moment as the Disc Golf Pro Tour kicked off back in 2016. Very different look for disc golf then, and so much credit, love, and appreciation for the visionary in Steve Dodge. And now here we are, Cale's Place, ready to go for our final round of the Preserve Championship.
Next up from Seattle, Washington, please make some noise for Ella Hansen. From Beacon, New York, let's hear it for Missy Gannon. And from Austin, Texas, please give it up for Holland Handley.
Wind certainly playing a factor on the drives here on hole number 1. Here's Valerie Mondahano for her birdie putt. Great bounce back on hole number 2. And we're going to take a look at the keys to success out here, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store. Val, what are you thinking?
Well, I've mentioned it a little bit, but controlled up shots. I think that's what allows these players to score low, especially on the par 4s and 5s, and getting those accurate tee shots are really going to help. Comes down to disc selection. For our power throwers, they can throw discs that are more controllable, slower speeds like mid-ranges, and maybe a putter on some of the par 3s. And for the rest of the field, they have to be accurate with their fairway drivers as they approach. So if you can't get close enough to the basket, give yourself a look inside circle 2 or hopefully on circle's edge and give it a run. There's not a lot of trouble around these baskets, and so you can really give it a go. We'll see if they will have any opportunities from C2 today with the wind up as we've seen it.
Well, and as you said, those controlled up shots more crucial today than even on the opening round due to the ramping up of the wind that we're seeing.
So you saw the tee shots. There's really nothing special. You just want to land out in the middle of the fairway. Don't let it fade off to the left. There's out of bounds. Comes down to the second shot right here. Over out of bounds. Can you get it close to the pin? That's how you're going to get your birdie. That is short for Holland.
So as we saw with Valerie Mondahano, OB and likely a bogey, if not double bogey, comes into play. We'll see what she can do from there. And speaking of Val, we've got her on the tee of hole number 3.
It's a par 3 for the righty backhand. You want to throw a shot just like that, maybe a little bit higher and allow it to swoop on in. Staying on that right side of the fairway and putting at the basket is the best position.
Missy and Tom discussing the game plan. We've got her marked at 290 feet to the pin.
Just dealing with the tail and left to right. So this is keeping the discs down lower and pushing them toward that out of bounds. So she needs to make sure this is thrown high enough over that out of bounds.
As you said, look at it as it pushed down, but does she have the distance? She does. She's going to find safety on the other side. That's going to be a long comeback putt from circle 2, but most importantly, she's safe and all but guaranteed at least a par. Pierce marked at 264 feet to the pin. That's the left side, somewhat short for Pierce, but she'll have a birdie look. Hansen at 260 to the pin. Oh, and that's exactly what you were talking about, Val. It looked like it pushed it down. It did just creep over the OB. It found the short grass and then skipped forward for her, but certainly a little bit nervous there for a moment for Ella.
I was nervous too. I can't deny it.
Corver, tee of 3, 280 feet. She's inside 20. Now Evelina Salonen just inside the circle on hole 3. Count it. 2 birdies in the first 3 holes for Evelina. Little tentative for Holland Hanley. Maybe those are nerves. And we see the birdie for Valerie, who has now negated the opening double bogey that she had. JK for birdie. Fortunately, that will likely result in a par. They're going to need to start out strong if they want to try and catch Paige Pierce. She has the 3-stroke advantage over Ella and 4 over Missy Gannon. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. They've got to clearly play out the entire round, and we know the wind can do anything. But it feels like if you're not at least on the lead card going into today, it might be a mountain too tall to climb.
Yeah, we'll see. Evelina has the best chance right now. I mean, Valerie's not too far behind, but they don't have that competition right there in front of them. So they don't know what the lead card is shooting. All they can do is shoot their best, and really when it comes down to this course, it is all about stringing up as many birdies as physically possible. We heard many of the players talk about that they could basically birdie every hole on this course if they put themselves in the right positions. And so we'll see if we can see that happening.
And no shortage of effort by Missy Gannon. The fist pump, the long range circle 2 putt. Gannon opens with a birdie.
That is just incredible, and what a great way to get your round started, to already have that confidence from outside the circle.
Oh, a solid putt also from outside the circle. Just to limit the damage to a bogey. Holland Hanley has the putter working. Pierce trying to move to 18 under. Ladies are ready to put on a show, Val.
And they need to. In these first 9 holes, this gives them the best opportunity to get low. These are the easier holes on the course, and you can really rack up the birdies to start.
Ella doesn't convert on the putt. And to further your point there, Val, Paige opened up the tournament getting 8 out of the front 9, including 5 birdies to start the tournament in a row. So, as you said, they're there, they're available. We'll see who can go out and collect them today. They're going to move over to hole 2. We're going to roll that Zuka replay. Fist pump even.
It was a headwind putt at 50 feet. You can see the flag on the top of the basket just blowing directly at Missy.
3 times 4, Missy. 3 hole putt.
Immediately we see some score separation taking place on hole number 1. A pair of birdies, the par, and then the bogey. We'll move to one of the most narrow fairways that we find on the course. Double Mando not so much in play, I feel like, for our FPO division. That's very close to them off the tee. That's not the concern, but they do have an entire tunnel to navigate on this 260-foot hole.
You have to throw an absolute perfect shot to get up near the basket. We've only seen 11 birdies on this hole today. 70% of our field has carded par. The only thing you don't want to do is get a bogey.
And somehow that gets through. I think even Missy Gannon a little surprised by that. She had a smirk on her face thinking that she might have gotten away with one there.
And if you're not on line and it hyzers out too much, there is an out of bounds line on the left hand side. Ella fights through quite a ways. Almost basket high, but on the right hand side.
Allen deep. See if she's has an obstructed look at the birdie putt to the elevated basket. But now we're going to jump ahead. This is Evelina on the tee of 4.
Great landing position on this horseshoe-shaped hole. Players will now fight their way into the woods on the second shot.
Valerie with her second. Looks like it might have got caught up on that right side. Here's Pierce with a long birdie bid. Just inside the circle. We've got her marked at 65 feet. Inside circle 2, I should say.
I was holding my breath for it. That was a great attempt for Paige. I loved the height. I knew it had a chance as soon as it left, but an inch too short this time.
And this is an area of the course we really haven't seen anyone have to approach her putt from, is this far right side for Ella Hansen. Hanley from 39 feet for birdie.
And if it's not obvious enough, Holland is great putter from distance. We see her a lot on highlight reels here on the Disc Golf Network. It's usually her canning huge putts. I expect to see more chances like that through the round.
Now Missy Gannon with the last opportunity of this card to take a birdie from just outside the circle. Missy hoping to gain one on her leader Pierce. She'll collect her par. Likely the result for the rest of the card.
Can't take these putts for granted today.
As soon as I said it, I almost wanted to pull it back, thinking, okay, you still need to concentrate on even the shortest of putts here today with this wind being up.
Yeah, we've seen putters go into the chains and then the wind just take them out. So if you're not within reach of the basket, I wouldn't take it for granted today.
We saw Evelina's drive. Here's her second shot on 4. And navigates about 2/3 of the way down the alleyway that she needed. Here's Valerie, who actually must have kicked over here to this left side. That came up short and right, so she'll be deep in circle 2, and that's going to be a long look to save her par. And speaking of people looking around, we've got Brian Earhart out on the ground. And Brian, did you pick up any info while you were out there this morning as everyone was warming up and getting ready?
Yeah, you know what, Terry, in fact, I did. I overheard from Paige Pierce that if you added Owen Scoggins onto the card as the 5th player, this would honestly be her dream set of card mates. So that's going to be a great advantage for her. I'm sure all the players in the card feel the same way. I also heard from Holland Hanley that she just started playing catch recently with Ella Hansen, and she said playing catch with Ella has been phenomenal for her touch and approach game, and she feels like just playing catch with Ella over the past few months has really helped her disc golf game overall.
Well, and she has a very young career, as does Ella Hansen, both of them just coming into disc golf in the last few years. So great to see those two superstars, and then continuing to dial it in as we just watch Paige Pierce curl around the basket here on 3. Great position for birdie. We'll see how Missy Gannon can answer.
Drifting off to the left. Missy gonna have an slightly uphill putt. Let's see, it'll be a tailwind. So uphill, throwing higher with the tailwind pushing you down. It's gotta work.
Hansen to 20 feet. And pretty similar result there for Holland Hanley. Val, let's break down what we're seeing from Paige's form here thanks to Ideo Sports.
Paige Pierce has one of the purest forms in the game. We talk about it a lot, of just the stature of players and who can throw far. And look at Paige Pierce's build. She's small in stature, but the way that she throws with such timing, technique, and it's all about that reach back right there. She gets full extension, turning away from the pin, reaching straight back and pulling flat across the chest. Paige Pierce puts everything she has behind her throw. Look at her whole body going into this drive at the end, and it's quick, fast release.
And Ideo Sports has designed a shoe specifically for disc golfers, and we want you to check them out on ideosports.com. Designed for the player. Somewhat of a recent addition to the Paige Pierce philosophy and game plan out on the course. We've seen her add an earbud in just the last few months, and we also know that she of course loves her music festivals, which she was just at last week, but adding an earbud has been something different. We haven't seen that in the early parts of her career, Val. Gannon for birdie.
And what I've also noticed, Terry, is with those earbuds in, not only is she just zenning in and focusing, if you scan to her a couple times with the camera, she's dancing. So she's got some jams going, keeping her in a positive mind frame.
Holland Hanley looking to pick up her first birdie of the round. Back-to-back putts off the top band. So you know that she's not tentative. She's definitely been aggressive here, giving it enough power, just a little too much power, in fact. Opposite we find from Ella Hansen. She comes up short.
It is so interesting to add the wind element. Wind doesn't necessarily affect these players physically, but it just gives them something else that they have to think about on these pressure putts. I mean, every one of these players on the card knew they had to have a birdie to catch up to Paige. She is the leader. She's the one they're trying to get their score to. And add a little bit of wind, they're just thinking about these putts even more.
Evelina Salonen with her third shot on 4. And we said this might be obstructed, and that is exactly the case. Reaching out, even with the way she has her weight shifted to the right, this looks like a very awkward stance for Valerie. Gives it a bid, but that is going to result in a bogey. Let's fly over hole number 4 and see what they need to do on this one, Val.
So the tee shot starts off where they want to punch it out high and have it turning and fading to the right. Landing out there by the trees on our left-hand side of our screen and maybe a little bit to the left of that will give you enough distance to reach the corner here. This is not the flight you want to see the disc take because it's a little too tight to get around this bend off to the right. The hole finishes with a tunnel all the way to the basket, creating a low ceiling to the pin. You gotta hit the line if you want to get it near and on the green. We've seen it birdied in the recent days, but you have to get that second shot close enough. As much distance as Paige would want out of that drive. And halfway through the flight, the wind just smacked it down.
lower, but in the middle for Missy Gannon.
I heard from Ella after, I think, round 1. They were dealing with a lot of wind in their practice rounds. So the players likely know what to do when the wind picks up. And Ella with the roller, bringing it down to the ground and not letting the wind affect it. That was a smash, and she is lined up with the opening to the pin.
And funny, because throughout Paige's career, she's always talked about how rollers are really a skill that she never really worked on or worried about. She was always so confident in her air shots. And look at Holland Hanley following suit. This looks even better. And that is a near perfect roller by Holland Hanley. Appears they're having a good time out there, and they should be. And just noticing on the replay how she had hit off of another disc. I did not see that initially. That's on the straight side of things, but now Holland Hanley gets it to curl at the very end, making an even more impressive roller. These women are here to put on a show, and we want you to see it all. We'll be right back after a word from these sponsors.
To me, Airborne is the expression of flight. That's kind of the representation of the brand that we wanted to build. The visual that we wanted to get from this stamp is the connection between man and nature, and man's connection to the natural world that people are able to find through disc golf. We wanted to have a disc that all players could trust. It'll be a great tool for a lot of players. It feels great to have Prodigy have enough trust and faith in me to make this disc for me and to make this full line, and I'm so excited to be able to share it with the whole disc golf world.
Hi, I'm Innova Team Captain Nate Sexton. Welcome to our instructional disc golf series.
Welcome back. Missy Gannon again discussing game plan with Tom, but first to act will be Paige Pierce. And Paige just playing for position. She's at 365 feet to the pin, and you saw her with a standstill, just trying to set herself up in the hallway so that she could then approach and walk away with a par here. She gets a little aggressive there and gets squirrely, could go left or right, and then she could result in a bogey. So a very conservative play by Paige's account. Not something we're used to seeing. I certainly love it, but not necessarily what you typically see from Paige.
It's good to see, and she's not in the position that she needs to force it yet. I mean, she wasn't in a great spot. The angle wasn't great, and so that was the smartest choice to lay up to the opening.
And we have Ella at 340. And while we were away, actually in the picture-in-picture, we saw Missy Gannon throw her second shot as well.
Ella landed in a similar position to what she did off of the tee yesterday. She threw a great upshot yesterday, but I was worried about the tall grass and then the low ceiling of the trees. It makes for a very narrow gap to hit. Today, she unfortunately leaves it low and the grass just gobbles it up, not allowing her to advance much.
That leaks to the left side of the fairway, and Ella Hansen having troubles here on 4. She's opened with 3 consecutive pars, losing 2 more strokes to our leader in Pierce. Right now, she's got work to do to not lose any more.
Yeah, things aren't going the way Ella needs them to. She just doesn't look so confident. Few errors that we haven't seen in the previous 2 days, that's for sure.
And I'm going to go ahead and say this is the best drive we've seen in the FPO division this entire weekend. Let's see if Holland can capitalize on it. Now we're going to jump ahead. Chase card action, teeing on 5.
This hole goes back and forth whether it's the most difficult or not, but I have to imagine that in the player's mind, this is the most challenging tee shot that they have to throw. Par 5, narrow tunnel shot the whole way. That is not a great start for Valerie.
Fair to say the tree kick didn't necessarily hurt Paige. I think she would have just leaked left side of the pin, about the same distance from it. So Paige looking at a par.
Missy's second shot leaves her with a few trees to contend with.
And that's a great recovery for Missy Gannon. She'll be walking away with a par. Here's where Valerie ended up, and we have not seen anyone this short and left, and it looks like a good recovery for her, but quite punishing on an already difficult tee shot here on the par 5.
And here's what hole 5 looks like. Lots of trees. And somewhere in there, there's a tunnel to the basket.
And a good bid there by Ella Hansen. However, she's going to be walking away with a bogey. For the third time in a row, we've seen Holland Hanley off the top of the basket, giving that one a good run. However, just a bit high.
She has so much power behind those putts.
Well, she does have a background in both volleyball and powerlifting, competitive powerlifting. So maybe no surprise to see her with so much authority here on the green. Also very long drives. And now here's Pierce for par.
No stress.
Very tiny postage stamp of a green that we see from up above, with a little bit of clearing. And they're going to have a lengthy walk from the green of 4 over to the tee of 5, and we'll rejoin Evelina Salonen. Trying to make the bend around the corner.
The fairway basically follows this road. It's slightly wider than the road, but it is just so narrow as it bends all the way to the right. It's still another couple hundred feet from there.
Yeah, and that was Valerie's third. We're going to take a quick break as they move into position for the tee of 5. We'll be right back.
I would recommend the Envy to every single person that plays disc golf.
This is such a good throwing putter.
If you don't have an Envy in your bag, I don't know what you're doing.
The Envy is one of the most pure, straight flying putters.
Comes out clean, can handle power, it can handle touch. It's just very versatile.
It holds any line that you're really putting it on. It's so good. So good! It's so good.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Check out the whole lineup at ClashDisc.com.
And welcome back, everyone. Yesterday, we saw our newest AM World Champions crowned in FA1 and MA1. Here we have the Linz twins, Morgan and Jordan. Picked definitely as a couple of favorites that hail out of Florida. They were battling back and forth throughout the weekend. They are just 1 point apart when it comes to their ratings. However, Shira Liu was also there to compete. Ex-Ultimate Superstar certainly rose to the occasion and put on a good battle with the rest of the division. However, when it was all said and done, we see Cadence Berge come in and take the victory at the last moment, getting it all done in the final round. She is a 15-year-old sponsored by Discmania and held up to all of the pressures, fighting off the Linz twins along with the rest of the division. That was her championship putt. Congratulations to her. Congratulations to all of the competitors enjoying themselves in Evansville, Indiana. Incredible event from what we saw. We've got Jennifer Allen here putting for par on hole number 5. Struggled on 4, but picks up the par on 5, one of the most difficult holes on the course. Katrina Allen taps that in for her bogey on hole 5. Feel like every weekend we can go ahead and remind you that Jennifer and Katrina are in fact not related. Same last names, but not related.
I think a reminder is warranted. I still get people that are shocked that Avery and I are brother and sister.
What?
Yeah, they don't even know that we're related. Just happenstance. Yeah.
Nobody told me. And we saw the approach there by Valerie. Paige Pierce on the tee. And playing it safe and conservative up the middle. We've seen this play by Pierce through the previous 2 rounds. Not trying to take off too much on the tee shot, just playing for the control. Seems as if she's thinking, man, 4 or 5, I'd take either, but if you're walking away with a par here, a par 5, you're not complaining. You're not losing any strokes to the field.
On the other hand, Missy Gannon's been going for it off of the tee shot, and while not exactly on the fairway, she gets a good amount of distance, and she's just going to be a little bit off to the right. didn't even have to see the fairway on that one to know that was a good shot. Nice and clean, using all the airspace. She's going to be in a really great position for her second shot. Good throw from Ella, but you could just see from her body language, she's trying to get herself back into it. Not quite feeling it.
This is Evelina's third on the par 5. And Lisa Fakis with her fourth shot, similar position. And looking for that to nestle, and it does. So she may scrape together a par, it looks. Nice work by Lisa. This is Val for her par. Unreal. After that tee shot, Val, there was no way I was thinking she'd be able to get up and down and save the par. She does it from circle 2, grinding it out on the par 5. That's awesome. Evelina and Val will get the same score on hole number 5. Back with Ella Hansen. Ella seems to make the turn now. We're hearing the wind. Brian, tell us what's happening. As if the par 5 isn't tough enough, what conditions are they dealing with in those tunnels?
Yeah, Terry, you took the words right out of my mouth. As if the hole couldn't get any tougher. They're faced with a really stiff headwind off of the tee shot. Makes it even harder to stick it in the middle, but then also I'm standing at the mouth of the next tunnel and I'm feeling a headwind as well. So it's really headwind both ways here, Terry. This is really wild stuff on this hole, as if, again, it can't get any harder than this.
As of right now, the hole is averaging 5.98. Big shout out Madison Walker, the only competitor to who have carded a birdie thus far. So a full stroke over par.
So I'm imagining as if I'm standing behind that shot, like Paige is throwing it, and with Brian saying that it's a headwind that they're facing this entire fairway, they're bending the disc off to the right, whereas they'd be standing to that shot with no wind and throwing an understable disc, allowing it to fly. Now they're having to throw something more stable and rely on the wind to flip it. It's very challenging, the kind of game plan or the changes that these players have to make according to the conditions today. And this is such a tight gap to hit. You have to be so very accurate, and it is so challenging when you have to rely on the wind to help you out. Because, newsflash, it usually never does.
We've got Missy Gannon marked at about 475 feet from the pin. Leaking left. Oh, and looks to have gotten a great kick to keep her on the short grass. Favorable for Missy Gannon.
And it sounded like she hit something in her arm swing. I don't know if it was her arm hitting something or the disc immediately hitting something out of her hand.
Now we're up ahead on the green of 6. This is Jen Allen. This is for birdie. Jams it in. Nice work by Jennifer Allen. Back to even on the day. So Seeing Maria Oliva tap in. Now Katrina with a birdie look. Katrina celebrating the 1-year anniversary of her claiming her 2nd world title. Just a year ago in Ogden, Utah today.
Oh, wow. Look at where Holland landed. We said she was just off the fairway, but that tree really made that shot difficult, but she lands right in the middle.
Let's take a look back, as I just said, 1 year ago from Kat's corner, throwing the Anheuser, putting up her, I believe, flippiest F7, landing on the line, placing all the pressure squarely back on Paige Pierce to have to get up and down. Kat with excitement. I recognized the good shot at the time. It was incredible. And of course, a few throws later, Katrina Allen would claim the world title for her 2nd time ever. Other notables today, Paige won the first ever Vibram Open, which was our first ever Disc Golf Pro Tour event, and Bradley Williams on the MPO side defeats Michael Johansson in the playoff. So pretty special day for a number of our players out there. Of course, James Conrad with the shot that, well, let's say the entire world has seen dozens of times, as he defeated Paul Macbeth in the playoff as well. Low and tight for Missy Gannon. There is the fairway. Believe it or not, there is one, folks. It's just a little sliver through the woods as it gradually bends from left to right. Feels really almost like 2 hallways with an elbow connector. Evelina from the tee of hole number 6.
And I'm just thinking of what a nice little putter shot to the mouth of that opening could have done for Ella. But she's just going to have to pretty much do that similar shot again.
Lisa Fakis on the tee of 6. She looks dialed today.
That way, right? Yeah.
Paige making sure that she places her mini relative to the basket. Not necessarily the fairway, but relative to the basket. Confirming with the rest of her competitors.
It's a good reminder of why everyone should practice yoga or add that into their routine for disc golf warm-ups. It tries to fight its way through the trees.
Look at the headwind is just ripping down that fairway.
And another element of having to throw a nice, slow touch shot. If you don't put enough spin on these discs with this intense wind, the wind's going to take control and take you off of the fairway. So this is just an unbelievably challenging wind to have on this hole.
Allen trying to come right up the middle. She's marked at 260 feet to the pin. Didn't see that kick out, so that's going to be buried on the right side. Likely an obstructed putt for Holland Hanley. See a patent pending stance, I'm guessing, from Ella Hansen. She's on the right side of the fairway. She's marked at 210 feet to the pin. She needs that to kick out possibly to the right, and it doesn't. Just carries more into the woods. Hole 5 showing why it's playing as the 4th most difficult, almost a full stroke over par. Now we're back with Evelina Salonen on 6. The jumper from circle 2 is just off the mark, a little bit short. Valerie has a birdie look on 6 here. Didn't like it out of her hand.
You see Paige getting comfortable in this stance. That back left foot needs to remain planted as she releases. So you have to make sure you have solid footing. That will work.
Paige with an opportunity to make par. And no matter how good hole number 5 goes for you, whether it's good or bad, I feel like there's a huge sigh of relief to just get past hole 5, because everybody knows what it can do to your game and your confidence and your scorecard when you're out there playing it. There's really no other hole on the course that's like this. We have par 5s, we have very difficult holes that remain, but nothing quite with the teeth that this one has.
Or a hole to make you throw this many patent pending or back to basket reach out shots. You gotta get creative.
That is perfect for Missy Gannon. Yeah, that's a great point, Val. You could probably add up your patent pending stances for the rest of the course, and on the other 17 holes, they probably don't equal the amount that you'll throw on this one particular hole. And as they're getting into position, Brian, I know we keep talking about the wind, it's become very apparent, but what about the actual temperatures? Because the heat and humidity have been factors in the first 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, temperature-wise, it's totally cooled off. I believe it's in the 60s right now. Again, the high of the day is supposed to be 72, and then again with these high winds, it's making it even chillier. We see some long sleeves out, we see some pants out. I mean, in regards to grip, like the players were struggling with the previous 2 days, this is the best one yet. So the players have pretty optimal conditions, at least in that regard.
We'll keep dealing with the wind. Will Holland find the top of the basket? No, a tree gets in the way. Hansen in circle 2, quite obstructed. She might have a window somewhere in there. Looks like she does.
Paige has played this hole very steadily. She has this left for par. Well done. And in most days, you would think that was a gimme, but look at the wind. This putt is half the distance, but Holland's going to have to put some extra thought behind it. Wow. Doesn't even get metal. I mean, the wind's so strong, blew her hat off. Wow, and this might be even longer than her previous putt. Tailwind now.
She makes the comeback putt. Great concentration by Holland. Paige Pierce on hole 5 went birdie, birdie, par. You want to talk about picking up strokes on the rest of the field throughout the weekend. This is how she did it. One of the many ways in which she's done it, that is. Missy Gannon will tap in. They're going to take a long walk. We're going to get you guys ready. We've got 2/3 of the course to go. Paige Pierce doing work. We'll see you guys on the other side of this quick commercial break. Welcome back to the Preserve. Paige Pierce maintains a 5-stroke lead over Missy Gannon, making it look like it may be just a 2-woman race. Ella Hansen falling back, not able to keep up with what we've seen from Paige. Evelina Salonen trying to do her best on the chase card. Not sure there's going to be enough holes for that. Regardless of how clean and how good Evelina's putter might look today, she's running out of time, Val.
Yeah, and Paige has played so solid in these first couple of holes. Regardless of what the wind's doing, she's shooting similar to what she shot yesterday with no wind and pretty perfect conditions. So it's going to be tough to be in this scenario. If Paige continues on, at this point, she just needs to maintain. Just shoot solid, stay safe, and give yourself a chance and some opportunities for birdie, but don't force it, and that's what she's been doing.
Yeah, and certainly a little bit of a confidence boost as they walked off hole number 5. Both Paige and Missy were able to walk away with those 5s, with those pars, and pars today feel like birdies, especially when that hole is playing almost a full stroke over par. So they kind of chipped their way down the fairway, but they did it well, and it resulted in a par. Now Pierce has the honors as we head over to hole number 6. Surprisingly enough, Paige had struggled with this hole during round number 1. It was the first par that she took to open the tournament. After 5 birdies in a row, it was hole 6 that ended the birdie streak. Today, she's going to tap that in for the easy birdie. In fact, she didn't get it in round number 2 either. So today, she's making up for it. Missy to pin high but left.
And this fairway isn't wide open, so they can use a good amount of space, but they still need to be accurate. And this one's a little too far off to the right for Holland. Doesn't fight through. She's gonna be in those bushes, probably behind a tree. So it'll be a good shot if she's able to punch out and save her par.
Needs to stable up, and it looks like it's following the same path that we saw from Holland, and well out of position, likely losing at least one stroke to our leader in Paige Pierce.
And think about it. I mean, Paige taking the box and starting off the group with a shot like this. If that doesn't put the pressure on. Incredible shot from Paige. A couple feet higher, and that would have been ace running.
Well, Sunstein signature patented moment here for Paige Pierce. She always knows when to ramp up the pressure. Paige Pierce getting it done, making the correction from the first 2 days. We invite you to visit our friends over at Sunstein Law. If you have any intellectual property you'd like to keep protected, maybe you have a logo or a trademark, need any kind of copyright, they can help you out with all of those needs. Our partners over at Sunstein Law will assist. Make sure you check them out. And rewarded with an open look is Ella Hansen. However, deep in circle 2. Good bid. Unfortunately, I think about her teammate on the MPO side yesterday. Kyle Klein had a nearly identical response after hitting the basket. It somehow got up and rolled to 20 or 25 feet, feeling like the punishment really wasn't fit for the putt that it was given. Holland from long range, and she will be looking at a par.
Missy Gannon is going to have to take every opportunity she can get to keep up with Paige at this point.
And Missy Gannon is going to lose another stroke to Paige Pierce, who will extend her lead to 6 over Gannon and 8 over Ella Hansen.
I was really looking forward to this tournament and the close race because the previous 2 years have been blowouts with the winner winning in double-digit dominant fashion, and the trend is starting to go that way right now with Paige Pierce underneath the basket for birdie, extending her lead. I'm just waiting to see who's still going to be there at the end. Will there be somebody in those final 9 holes putting any pressure on Paige?
I'm going to throw a quick trivia question that I don't know if you researched or not. Any idea what Paige's margin of victory was when she won by double digits back in 2021 or 2020?
10.
No. 13. 13. Paige won by 13 over Katrina Allen in 2020. Now we're going to take a look back at some of the performances we've seen by Paige Pierce here in 2022. This was Texas State's hole number 18, trying to close it out, getting the skip off the road, putting herself in great position. Paige Pierce claiming that title. And of course we move over to the major, Georgia. The Champions Cup, Paige Pierce with a very, very highly contested battle with Kristen Tatar. Paige ultimately crowned your champion, picking up the major victory. Kristen letting it slip past her on the final hole, and Paige was right there to step into the spotlight. Taking down the OTB Open last month. Paige's primary sponsors in OTB, also a good friend of the show. Pierce playing some great golf this year. That's when she's not taking a break. She takes a break, comes back, dominates, takes another break, and comes back and does more of the same. She's looking to do that this weekend. As I said, back in 2020, she had a 13-stroke margin of victory over Katrina Allen. Last year, Kristen Tatar flipped the script, and she had a 10-stroke margin of victory as she claimed the title. Something about this course and this property, along with our top-level competitors, that they find a way to get a lead and then somehow jump out way in front of everyone else. And right now, Paige looks unstoppable as we're seeing Jen Allen with a huge turnover, getting it to stick the landing on 7. And now we're back at the tee of hole 7. Val, another par 5?
Another par 5, and this one starts off with 2 massive drives. You just have to make sure you're keeping it safe. We've got out of bounds pond on the left, the trees on the right. They're not out of bounds, but you definitely don't want to be in there on your drives. The second shot you're going to land in this zone right here. Of course, the farther you can throw, you're going to have a better angle for your third shot. Whether you go out wide like the drone is taking us on the left-hand route or inside on the right-hand route, this is what the basket looks like. Saw Jen Allen land it nice and flat on this very sloped green, but getting it close to the pin is going to be crucial.
Now we have Evelina Solinen's second throw.
It's great placement. She's going to have a nice angle on the left-hand side. And while we were watching those highlights from Paige in this last year, I mean, let's face it, Paige Pierce, she was dominant. There was an era of Paige Pierce where she won basically every tournament that she entered. This year, she has had to fight for the wins that she has had. It has been close competition, and that must feel very rewarding to have that kind of competition and come out on top after all these years.
This is turned over to the right side, and we haven't seen anyone really find the right side woods, and Paige Pierce will have a little work to do over on that side, but we have to thank Diameter Apparel along with VII, our sponsors of hole number 7 at every event we've been at here on the Disc Golf Network and Disc Golf Pro Tour in 2022. Thank you for your partnership. Make sure you go out. You can find some of that incredible apparel on dgpt.com/shop. Missy Gannon with the tee shot and maybe an opportunity to gain an advantage on Pierce. Or follow her.
And that seemed like a shock to Missy that the disc turned over that much. It's going to be a disadvantage if they're not able to get good footing, or Paige might have to pitch out. But you're going to lose distance if you're not in the open.
Low and controlled. Scoots towards the edge of OB, but is safe for Holland Hanley. Right now, the best drive of the group. Spotter's going to double check and run that down. I believe we're going to see the green flag, and we do. Adding a little stress to Ella for just a moment, but green is good. Here's Evelina Salonen with her third. And she'll have a long look for a birdie. And Val Mundahano is in the tree. We saw her, I believe, here on round number 1. This one more obstructed than when she was in 1. She got it up to the basket in the first round. That time just pitching out.
This is a beautiful look at the overview of this hole. Following that kind of lighter golden grass around the pond, and then it's a sharp turn to the right as the hole finishes. It's a gorgeous property.
180 acres available to Cale and the crew out here at the preserve. She's really turned into a sanctuary, as we saw in the Udisc course close-up. There's normally 3 courses, and they are somewhat of a hybrid to give us this black bear course. We saw Evelina pitch up to the pin a moment ago. Brian does it all. He's out there helping, trying to locate Missy Gannon and Paige Pierce.
20, 30 feet shorter than Paige's, I felt like.
Per PDGA rules, you have, once everyone in the group is looking, you have 3 minutes to locate the disc. Looks like Tom has done just that. Timer should start once everyone is looking.
Actually looks like Missy will have a little bit of space. She might be able to run up behind her shot, and she has a window. With the amount of power she puts behind it, of course she has to think about landing it safe. She needs the disc to turn over, hit the fairway, and not fade out into the water.
This is tracking back to the woods line, but then finishes strong and remains in the short grass. Great shot there by Missy Gannon.
A beautiful disc selection too. I was worried with that amount of angle she put on it. I was thinking, okay, she threw this very safe, but then the finish worked out perfectly.
And looks like Paige also on the edge, so not nearly as punishing as it looked from the tee shot vantage point. Didn't seem like much of a wind reader, much wind to speak of, and I have a hard time believing that.
Paige too.
And this will open up some opportunities for how Paige wants to attack on her third shot. And taking a look at Katie Asalu doing work out here today. Currently has the hottest round out of all the competitors in the FPO division, a bogey-free 5 under.
And I feel like she's pulling the vibes from a fellow Estonian, Kristen Tatar, who was our champion at this event last year and unable to make it this time. But Katie pulling those vibes and putting together an incredible round.
eye on that. Yesterday, she shot a bogey-free 4 under. Today, bogey-free 5 under so far through 8. Really getting dialed in. Here's Evelina Salonen on the tee of 8.
Talk about dialed in. That is a perfect shot for Evelina.
Brian's on the ground. Can you tell us what kind of footwork or any kind of other concerns that Ella or our competitors might have on some of these approach shots? We see Ella is relatively close to the water.
Yeah, you know, Ella's going to be just fine. She might just have to take a standstill from there, but really she covered so much ground off the tee that a standstill is going to get her in a perfect position off to the left side to throw that anhyzer around the big tree. So yeah, I mean, all 4 of these competitors were not in as bad of a position as it looked off the tee. That's for sure.
Appreciate it, Brian. We're seeing Juliana Korver with her tee shot on 8, and this is also tracking to the pin and hits right off the top. Korver almost ringing up an ace on 8.
I was thinking, how many times have we seen the wind drop the disc, and mid-flight it gave it a little gust underneath for Juliana to help her get to the pin.
If you're looking for a clinic on how to play hole 8, just follow this card. We see Valerie parking it as well. We're going to roll the Zucker replay, take another look.
Lift, lift, lift.
JK basket hunting right off the top. High fives all around. All right, I got to slow my heart rate down a little bit. Now we're back with Missy Gannon on the fairway of 7, right side. Inside of the tree there, and she'll have a clean look. And Val, we know an ace run only matters if you can at least walk away with the birdie. Here's what JK is doing. It's a little high but in, and that's how she collects her first birdie of the round. Pierce's third.
She has the distance to get to the pin, but does she want to risk it? It's a nice shot, short of the pin. It'll be an easy layup from there.
Great bounce back for Valerie after the bogey on 7. And Evelina will go to 2 under on today's round. Lisa will take the bogey.
And Evelina bounces up into 4th place. 1 stroke above Holland Hanley.
Got Hanley dialed in at 300 feet to the pin.
Oh, shit. What?
It looked like she just turned that over. Maybe too much wrist snap and pulled that one over right out of her hand. they're playing from right to left into that red patch. That's the green. We'll see how aggressive Ella is with that putt. Makeable uphill, however, plenty of danger if it doesn't find the bottom of the basket. Evelina up ahead on 9. This is another par 5.
1,000 feet to get to the pin, and the wind is just crushing. Although it does look like it's a tailwind, so that helps, but it's almost too intense. Might be knocking the disc down, and that's going to be tough to get the distance off of the tee. Great high release from Juliana. No out of bounds for the first few shots on hole 9. So you can really go anywhere in that fairway and be safe.
Missy will need plenty of finesse on this 4th throw to try and get it up next to the pin. And she has exactly that. And Missy Gannon answers the call. That should be a par for Gannon here on the par 5.
Make a game plan, do it.
Words to live by. Make a game plan and do it.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and start postulating as to what we might see from Pierce. I think round 1, round 2, with the position she's in, she's running this next putt. Here in round 3, as she's sitting on a 6-stroke advantage, knowing the potential for rollaway, I like the slightly more conservative play of her just putting this next putt right next to the basket, not going for it. She won't be losing a stroke to Gannon if she walks away with the par. I'm excited to see what she's going to do here. But first, we've got Valerie throwing her 2nd on 9.
Good luck.
And somewhere in there, somewhere very deep, you've got Holland Hanley.
And that person helping her just said, yeah, okay, good luck. So it can't be great, but at least it's found.
It's not good, homie.
Colin, can you take this camera in there? Help us out.
Prop it on a tree or a bush behind you. I'm convinced we wouldn't really see much more. Not so much the distance to the pin. It's a matter of, is there an angle? She have a window, and we see her just barely get out to the edge.
Wow, this is a great view of what she's going to have to deal with on her putt. Look at how sharp of an angle that is. So if you hit any metal without going in, as soon as that disc lands, you're hoping and praying and wishing and crossing fingers and toes that it's going to stay, because the likelihood of a roll is so high.
And Paige is just looking to put this on the chips and have it slide up next to the basket. I can't see her actually running to try and put this in. And that's exactly what we see from her. So Pierce looking to maintain the 6-stroke advantage over Missy Gannon. Be a little more than a third of the way through this final round.
And Paige is in the position where she doesn't need to force it to happen. Holland Hanley here, on the other hand, she could use a par right now.
Good chains. It falls to the ground. Thankfully for her, it just flops over, but what a run by Holland.
Great opportunity here for Ella. Get on the board with a birdie.
Also blessed that it stayed there. She gave it a run, finding that left side chain, and Ella will remain birdie free here through 7 holes. She is 8 back of our leader, Pierce. Great work by Missy. Brian is out on the ground, and he says that he got a little intel from what Paige and Missy were thinking out on the course. Brian, what do you got for us?
Oh, it's so funny. We just watched Missy throw a beautiful shot straight to the pin on the sloped green on 7, pretty much parking the basket. Before Missy was lining up the shot, Paige comes up to me and says, "You know, I really wish she would rip a buzz on this second shot and just club down. Sometimes I think she clubs up too much." Well, Missy grabbed a Mantis fairway driver and just parked it right under the basket. Paige looked to me and instantly retracted that statement, started laughing. It was kind of funny there, and it's great to see them interacting with each other. Paige went up and told her afterwards. Kind of an awesome moment on the course there, pretty funny.
Appreciate it, Brian. That's what we love, being out on the ground. And when we come back, we're going to see them tee off on hole number 8. Maybe somebody's going to ring up an ace. We'll see you in a moment.
Back on 9, Evelina throwing her second drive. Two smashes. She's going to be in a great spot for her third shot to the pin. Now on to hole 8. You know, it's funny to hear that. I know Missy and Paige have played together a lot, but they do have 2 different mentalities about the game, or 2 different game plans, as Missy was saying. Paige can throw the mid-range discs and have all that power behind it, whereas Missy uses a little bit more finesse, needs the fairway drivers to give her the distance that Paige has on a mid-range.
Missy's tracking right to the pin, bank shot off of a couple of trees, checking up right next to the basket. Be an easy tap in for Missy Gannon. Ripping that one around for Ella Hansen.
That was so crazy. Did it just catch it in the air and stall? The first 2 tee shots didn't look like there was any wind. Certainly affecting Ella's shot and Holland here. But she's safe. And that's what the cloud's approving of.
Evelina Salonen on 9.
Ooh.
It looked like it just dropped out of the sky as well. And the sea of spectators making their way around to the green of 8. So glad you guys could join us. If you're watching on YouTube, we of course invite you to join us for next week's action along with the rest of the year. You can do that in person or on the Disc Golf Network. If you're looking to pick up tickets for an Elite Series event, you can head over to dgpt.com/tickets. Yesterday we heard from Chef Andrew Zimmerman talking about how there's really no experience that rivals being there on site and watching our top level competitors on MPO and FPO battling it out in person. Just a few days, we're heading about 4.5 hours east here from Minnesota over to Madison, Wisconsin. We'll watch our FPO field take on the U.S. Women's Disc Golf Championships. Excited to see some of the courses I grew up on over at Token Creek and Elver Park. 4 days of action for the major. Here's Holland Hanley from long range, this path not out of bounds. Polkuzzi not doing her any favors there.
The wind seems to be swirling here in the corner.
Paige looking to move to 21 under par, puts it up and hits left side chain, and it's going to be an opportunity for a couple of her card mates to get just 1 stroke back. Hansen puts herself on the board with her first birdie of the day. That will bring her to 1 over par.
Such a dramatic flip-flop from what we saw out of Ella yesterday. She was 7 down in the front 9 today. Now, just 1 over. She needs a lot of work to get back to what she was shooting yesterday.
With that putt, Missy Gannon not only collects the birdie but brings herself back within 5 of this woman, Paige Pierce. Paige sitting at 3 under for the round, Missy at 2 under. She has a 5-stroke advantage with 11 holes left to play.
Maria Oliva from downtown.
Wow, Maria getting her 3rd birdie in 4 holes. She was halfway to St. Cloud with that one. Nice putt, Maria. And Evelina, her putt from circle 2 doesn't connect. And Katrina Allen had gone out of bounds, so this is her putt for par. Cat, 3 under for the round. She's looming there in 5th place, but too tall of a task to try and catch 10 on our leader in Paige Pierce. We'll see if she can claw up a little bit higher in the standings, though. She's moved up 2 spots into 5th.
And I think Kat has a great chance to do that. You have to imagine the mind frame going on the lead card. You know, Ella, Hansen, Holland, they came into today's round hoping to catch the leader. They might feel a little bit devastated at this point that they're not making up ground, but that's when somebody from a chase card or a third card can really pounce on what's happening. But we're taking a look at hole 9. This is quite a preview because this hole just keeps going. It takes at least 2 drives, maybe 3 to get up into the position here. We have an OB kind of creek that runs through. It's a dry creek, but it is out of bounds. Players are throwing over that, likely on their 3rd shot, but they hope to get close to the pin. It's tough to judge the distance on that last approach to the basket because there's nothing around it. There's nothing to kind of line up that shot, and it's just out there in the open. So the wind is really affecting the putts that can happen. So you want to keep it close. But first we have a few shots to give you a little distance showcase.
Well, if you're keeping track at home, that's holes 5, 7, and 9, all par 5s. Here's Missy Gannon on the tee. So the roller skills busted out back on hole 4. Here's Ella going with the roller again.
Sky roller is what they'd call that, but it just doesn't land on the angle that it needed to flip over onto the face of the disc and roll to the right. She's still got plenty of distance.
Ultimately fights back out at the end. In the 15 years I've known Paige, I think I could count on one hand the amount of times I've seen a backhand roller from her. Just not something she's ever really concerned herself with developing. On Hanley, though, she's going to do this. She's going to go with the roller, just as we saw from Hansen, keeping this one much lower. And if that flips up, it's going to carry for a long time. Nearly perfect roller by Holland Hanley. I'm going to roll that Zuka replay. See what she thinks of it. There you go. I love it, Val. We see you, Holland. Nice work. The roller on 9. A smash. Doing work out there.
And it, like you were saying, it's not a shot that you see out there that often. But if you do have that skill in your bag, that is just so incredible. We know Holland can crush a disc, but a roller can get you even farther. Add another 20, 30 feet to the drive. And they're going to need it on that par 5.
Evelina Salonen and drops out of the sky. We saw it to her disadvantage on 9, but here on 10, drops right next to the basket. Great drive. Val, I promised an ace earlier, and I'm just waiting for JK or someone else here to step up and make it happen on 10. This one doesn't have ace run potential. Looks like she'll be right side, but probably still in bounds. Looks like the area we saw Missy Gannon yesterday. And here's Gannon lining up her second.
Missy still throwing those nice controlled golf shots. Not too high, but allowing the disc just to penetrate forward. The wind's not affecting those drives much.
Mundahano on the tee of 10. Valerie having a roller coaster of a round. She's going to stay inbounds with that drive. It's out in Maria Oliva country. Pierce lining up her second, and we see the wind pushing from left to right. Low and controlled. It'll work.
Oh. It's a tricky shot. Maria made it look easy, but a headwind putting toward the out of bounds. Valerie doesn't give it the height. Ella, left side of the fairway. You could see, you could pretty much just throw anywhere on these first two shots, but they're setting themselves up for that third shot. That's the most accurate one on hole 9.
And this is almost the exact same spot we saw Missy Gannon connect from yesterday. JK is not going to mess with it. Instead, pitches it underneath the basket. She'll walk away with a par. Holland setting up her second. Brian, talk to us about the roller that we just saw from Holland, but also talk to us about that gallery out there. It seems like it's enormous. And are they rowdy?
You know, Terry, to talk about the crowd, they are very polite. This is definitely not Maple Hill right now, but there's a huge gallery following this lead card. And talking about the roller, the fact that Holland and Ella both love leaning on that distance roller just showcases what the next generation of FPO players are about to be capable of. I mean, they've had so much to study, and I'm sure over time they realized, wow, no one in this division is taking advantage of the distance roller, and here we go. I mean, Ella and Holland both were the two longest drives on this card, and just the fact that Holland was able to play that, you know, tail left to right so perfectly, I mean, that was almost a 500-foot roller.
Yeah, as we're seeing the gallery all push from left to right on the screen on the overhead. We had it marked at 515 to the pin, so if I do some quick math, Val, that tells us about a 485-foot roller by Holland.
That is insane. I said it would gain another 20 feet, 30 feet on distance. I mean, just remarkable.
Here's Missy Gannon with 325 to the pin. Looking for that to swing a little harder left. She's pin high, and we'll have a crosswind from left to right.
And I have to say it because the different game plans going on here. I mean, for Ella, Paige, Holland, they all can throw over 400 feet. For Missy Gannon there, 325 feet. She's throwing her distance driver. She's throwing as hard as she can to get to that pin. And so it changes up just the strategy of how these players are actually playing this course. Although they're scoring the same, they have different mentalities as they stand over shots. Ella throwing something a little softer, maybe a mid-range to get to the pin so she doesn't throw too far.
Solid approach there. Here's Evelina Salonen trying to capitalize on the drive, and she does. That's a birdie on 10. Evelina 3 under on today's round.
That is the Evelina that we've seen in the past. It is great to see her bounce back and be confident in putting and shooting some great rounds this weekend.
And that will be an easy tap in for Paige Pierce, your leader. We're going to again roll that Zuka replay. She's stepping up to approach her lie. Here's what it looks like. Holland putting it on the angle. Just the right angle to get it to flip up in time. Let the wind aid it. And the gallery loved it.
What I want to know is, have they set a date for a Big D in the desert or any distance competition this year? I mean, I would love to see Ella Hansen out there, Holland throwing. I want to see Paige out there throwing in the distance competition.
Maybe even Jen Allen going after breaking her own previous record, which is the world record. Here's Katrina Allen. This is her second shot on 11. Val, you've done it now a few times. What's that like, maybe on an anniversary date, or some of the feels that you get when you think about days where you've won your world championships? Do those memories pop up, whether it's on Facebook or just within your own mind, of recognizing a date when you had won a Worlds on? Or do you not think about that?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you what date that I won Worlds on, at any of the Worlds that I've won. But, of course, if you do know those dates, and this is a pretty... it's a good date to remember, 6/26. For Katrina Allen, I'm sure she woke up thinking, yeah, I did great things on this day. Let's see what I can make happen in the final round here at the Preserve.
Well, she's currently 3 under for today's round, sitting at 10 down overall. Here's Missy Gannon. This is likely just to keep pace with Paige on this hole. And that's a birdie for Gannon.
Making it work with the putter. The wind seems to have died down around this green. Look at the flag on top of the basket. It's just laying still.
And yet look at the other Disc Golf Pro Tour flag just in front of Holland there off on the distance. That one's waving. It's all over the place. And no problem for Holland Hanley. Another solid putt. Feels like she really has it dialed in, and most importantly, taking advantage of that huge crush that she had off the tee. I'd be ashamed to let that go to waste. Hansen as well picking up the birdie. And I'm feeling the star frame here. Pierce to 21.
Paige made that a little dramatic. An extra second, I'm thinking, yeah, I'm feeling the star frame too, but Paige has to throw this in first.
I never had a doubt. Through this front 9, Paige Pierce has been dominant. She's 4 under through 9. We take a look back and see how she's been doing it. Number 1 gets a little tree mac there. She'd go on to make the birdie putt. Steps up to hole number 3, which she's had dialed in all weekend. She got it in round 1. She got it in round 2. Here in the final round, setting herself up with this drive. She goes deep, but makes the putt on 4. She has to work for it a little bit. She ultimately will walk away with the par, not losing any strokes to her competitors there. And then steps up to 6 and makes the adjustment that she needed. This one eluded her in rounds 1 and 2. Today, parking it. Good drive on 8. However, she's not able to capitalize on that one, but she walks over here to hole number 9, and the smooth, controlled approach gives her CTP on the approach shots. She's last to tap in for the birdie on that card. We'll take a look at our notable statistics brought to us by our friends at Paragon. See her leading in so many of those categories. And look at the overall strokes gained tee to green, 20.68 strokes gained. Dominating performance here thus far by Pierce. Katrina Allen picks up the birdie on 11. That moves her to 11 under, still 10 off the pace of Pierce at the moment. Now on the tee of 11. Salonen.
Still smiling, but I don't think that's in the ideal spot. Maybe a little short. But there's a reason Evelina's smiling. She's in 4th place right now and just a few off of 3rd. She has the momentum right now, and again, less pressure than the lead card, so she can continue striving forward and get that podium finish.
Now we're going to take a look at what they need to do on hole number 10, Val.
This is certainly a signature hole here on this course. Hole number 10, they have to fly over Victoria's Creek, as Cale has named it after his wife. It is full. They've gotten plenty of water this year, but players do have the risk of losing their discs this year. The key to this is throwing it onto the green, making sure you're hitting the line, and if you got to do it, just throw past the pin and putt back to the basket. I think that that wall in front of the pin is at about 20 feet at most, so it is very narrow to land in front of the basket. So give it all you have and just make sure you're safe. A par isn't bad, but a bogey, you're losing strokes on the field.
This is also our Eric hole. Early recognition is critical. We ask that if you have any abnormalities or any issue or anything you feel like you might need to check out, make sure you visit your doctor, schedule an appointment, and get it checked out and looked into. As we know, early recognition is critical. Missy Gannon walks up to hole number 10. She has the back 9 to try and hunt down Paige Pierce, and she's starting it with a 5-stroke deficit.
Oh no.
She did this yesterday. Pulled it to the right, and Brian's out there and on the ground. Brian, I think you can confirm that's out of bounds, correct?
Yeah, right out of her hand. That came super hard to the right, and it kept turning, got through the tree line, and yeah, she is about 25 feet out of bounds.
So she'll go to where it was last inbounds. The FPO division plays is slightly different than MPO, and Ella is going deep of the basket. In fact, you see that little red patch? That's actually where the basket used to be before pushing it closer to the tee. And Ella Hansen from that range, that looks more like a layup from back there. She's at least 60 deep of the pin. So she hears you, Val. Make sure you get it on the green, just not that far onto the green.
And there was a chance to roll maybe back inbounds, but I believe that was out of bounds the whole time for Paige.
Is that a basket hunting? I think they're Brian hunting out there.
So Missy Gannon can feel a little pressure relief off of her shoulders to know that Paige is also out of bounds. Allen gets the red flag. Hit the wall. So no drop zone, as you mentioned. They're going to take it from the last place that they were in bounds, and I believe we have 3 players still from the fairway or the tee side. Nobody crossed in bounds near the basket.
Now we rejoin Evelina Salonen. This is her second on 11. We saw the tee shot.
And she was in a great spot, and that's a great upshot.
She's looking for another birdie here to collect on 11. And Brian, as they're moving into position and will each take their lie, Paige has really struggled with this hole. She talked about it in day 1, and she made an adjustment in day 2, but what's going on out there on hole number 10?
Yeah, Terry, it's a strange hole. Basket's right in front of you, but the wind starts swirling really hard at this section of the course. You can't quite feel what the wind is doing from the tee pad. And I've seen players over and over again this week struggle to land that tee shot softly on the green. I think what Cale did, moving the basket up towards the front of the green, made it so much tougher and more tempting to throw that more particular shot. So yeah, it's obviously an iconic hole out here for that reason.
Well, we see the approach by Holland handling. That's one of the challenges, is as Brian just alluded to, with the basket that much closer to the edge, you want to make sure that you get there, but if to be safe, you're going way past it sometimes. So now Holland still has a dangerous putt coming back with the edge directly behind the pin. She's not free and clear by any means here.
There's the corner right there where Missy's actually taking it in from, and they're giving it to her that she did cross up there. Her and Paige both.
Gannon with an opportunity to save her par. However, that comes up short. And what a great view from up above.
Paige is rolling that Zuka cart another 50 feet. So I was thinking it was going to be a similar spot to where Missy was, but she is now around basket height. Much closer attempt to save her par.
Sloped footing for Pierce, but as you said, a look to save the par and remain at 21 under. Online, just short for Pierce. Great bid.
He said Ella's in that position too far past the basket. The smart play is to lay up. Ella has a lot of strokes to improve on if she wants to go after that lead. And this is an opportunity. Will she take it?
And we're seeing that never got above Jane Height. And it looks like she's going to have to be content just picking up 1 on Pierce. Paige will be likely tapping in for the bogey, so Ella, like I said, getting just 1 on her. Holland short on her effort. That's going to be a double bogey, which is what we saw Pierce take here in round number 1. So we've seen some struggles on hole number 10. Again, moving that pin closer made a huge difference this year. Allen's unsure if she'll be able to go retrieve it. Maybe a dedicated fan can go out and help out. Here's Salonen. We've seen her first and second shots. This is for birdie. And she converts on 11. So Evelina Salonen now moves to 12 under. That's still 8 back of our leader, Pierce. Cat on the tee of 12. Short left side for Katrina. Maria Leva up and ready to go. That's going to leak to the left side, maybe pin high. Great looking shot by Jennifer Allen. Dangerous putt. Over Jennifer Allen. She's going to need a little bit of work here if she wants to try and move up. She's on a hot streak right now. She's got 4 birdies in the last 6 holes. And now we have the lefty, Emily Beach.
That didn't skip too far into the woods for Emily.
Reaction. The wind just ripping. Left side. It's going to prove challenging for her run up. We may see a forehand from her or just a standstill from that position on the left side of the fairway. Missy Gannon keeping it much lower and flatter, and this is going to be ideal until it curled those last few feet.
They're going to be right on top of each other. So yeah, maybe another 5 feet, 10 feet farther. That's going to put you in that perfect spot where you don't have to think about anything but the next shot. Oh, this is inside. Does it have the forward push? No. Paige does not make the corner. And there have been some chances. I mean, Paige is not shooting flawlessly today. There have been opportunities for players to step up. We'll see if Ella, we'll see if Missy can make it happen.
The opposite side of the fairway for Holland Hanley, as opposed to what we saw from the other 3. Said it earlier, if you're here on YouTube, thank you. Glad you could join us today, but we also have plenty of disc golf that's exclusive to the Disc Golf Network. Our opening rounds of most tournaments will be held there exclusively. Go out and subscribe today if you have a PDGA membership. That also will get you a discount. Download the app and join us on the Disc Golf Network, the home of live disc golf.
And you missed a show if you didn't catch the first 2 rounds of the FPO this weekend. Paige Pierce coming into this event with a 10 down in round 1. Holland Hanley with a 9 under in round 2. And Ella Hansen was making a charge yesterday as well. So there's a lot that happens to create these storylines as we head into the final day of the tournament. So there's all the more reason to subscribe to the network.
You also missed out on a number of bad puns and dad jokes by myself. So, well, no guarantees as to what's going to happen when you're here earlier in the week. Val, you signed up for those regardless. You don't have a choice. I'm sorry.
I didn't see that in the contract.
We saw the drive by Oliva.
The drop off on the left-hand side from where Oliva was putting from, straight to the Mississippi. So it's a dangerous hole if you're going to go for a putt. You see Holland here through past the opening, but she still can see the basket, but it's a more challenging shot from this angle. Hit the line, not the height.
Katrina Allen, long look from about 45 feet on hole number 12.
Katrina's at 4 under, moving herself up 2 spots and currently in 5th place.
So both her and Evelina trying to fight for a podium spot potentially. And Ella Hansen trying to hold on to hers as she's battling with Missy Gannon.
Is this good? Yeah.
And forced to just pitch it out to the fairway is Paige Pierce.
The door is open. There's a stroke out there for Ella or Missy to gain on.
And as I've said, we've seen Jennifer Allen pick up 4 birdies in the last 6 holes. This to push her to 9 under overall. And she just gets it in. Nice work. Jennifer Allen, the one hiccup on 4. Otherwise, great golf here today. Too much muscle for Gannon.
She hit the line. I mean, I was holding my breath, seeing how close she came to that right-hand side tree, but she's out there. She has a chance from circle 2 to hit the birdie putt. Ella, similar position off the drive. Closer to that tree that Missy almost hit, so she's given herself a standstill forehand look.
As you're seeing on screen, 225 to the pin.
It just seems to be that kind of day right now for Ella. She is focused. She's trying, but she has to fight through these circumstances.
Now lining up the standstill backhand for her 3rd, just hoping to get up and down and save the par. And Brian, we didn't see where that next shot went. Can you tell us what happened with Ella?
Yeah, just another misfire, Terry. She tried throwing just a standstill high as her backhand and threw it too high, got caught up in the wind and hit the tree and kicked straight down, so not really another look for her. She's probably going to have to pitch up.
The struggle is real here for Ella on 11. Pierce, however, trying to just walk away with a par, and she will do exactly that. Pierce with the recovery shots required. Nice work as we see Dustin Keegan walking along. Now we have Evelina Salonen, tee of 12. This is low. Cat, tee of 13.
This hole is tough to birdie in the most ideal conditions. Katrina gets it out there a good ways, but she's inside circle 2.
And the pitch up for Hanley will likely result then in a par. So just when you thought that the rest of the card might be able to gain some ground on Paige Pierce, she ends up getting up and down, walking away with the par, and Ella Hansen not able to take the opportunity and run with it. And Missy Gannon is still going to have a long look for her birdie. This is Gannon for birdie to try to pull within 4 of Pierce. With the elevated basket, going after that one's going to leave her with a long comeback putt. And this really just reiterates what I was just saying, Val. We thought we had an opportunity. The competitors might be able to get one on Pierce, and now Missy is going to have to make a little bit of a putt just to come back and maintain with Pierce on this hole. Gannon to stay now just 5 back of Pierce.
If you want to win this tournament, you need to make these putts.
Confident putting stroke by Gannon.
And that is what's going to keep her in it till the end. You know, you have to give it up, take the risk to go for those bigger putts because you have that chance to gain a stroke. But if you don't make those comebackers, you're continually to lose the strokes and lose the ground and momentum that you were trying to get. So awesome job for Missy. That is what it's going to take to put pressure on Paige Pierce.
They have a short walk over to the tee of hole number 12. Here's Katrina Allen on 13. From the middle of circle 2.
And shout out to Katrina. She was our only birdie on hole 11 today.
And after the short left drive by Evelina, able to throw the forehand up there and put her on the green. And speaking of Paige Pierce a moment ago and what she's doing, she now has 156 starts at Elite Series and major events, and she has just surpassed the one and only Valerie Jenkins. Val, I guess my only follow-up to that would be congratulations to Paige for this long storied career, and as you've had as well, but how many breweries has Paige started?
Terry,
right?
You're my man.
Okay.
I mean, it's just another text that I'm going to have to send Paige later today and say, okay, you did it again. You surpassed me. Quit tempting me to come back out there and redeem those statistics.
Let's keep it real here. everyone in disc golf would love to see you return to the course to go out and challenge and try and capture even more major victories. You've got the 4 world titles. What is it, 16 majors right now? Does that sound about right?
Sounds
That's
about
just
right.
1 or 2 off of where Paige has been. You could come out, and I know you could contend for some more of them if you decided to return to the course. Is it going to happen?
Terry, I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, it's been incredible to be here in the booth and continue to be involved with disc golf, but we're having a great time with Bevel and keeping the business open. And it is incredible to watch disc golf these days. I mean, people don't realize what it takes to be a touring professional disc golfer out there. You have to give up a lot of the things that maybe a common person would take for granted. You know, the house, the kids, the car, the dog, all the things. But they put it all on the line to win these titles and to be world champion or a major champion.
Well, you and Nate were out there on the grind for so many years. Of course, not only top-level competitors, but top-level humans, and we appreciate all the efforts you've given both on and off the course. As we see drives here on hole number 14. Katrina Allen in the middle of the fairway. And that was the bogey putt for Evelina. So a lot of the work she had done, unfortunately, is going to fall off here on hole number 12. Now, this is the real competition here. Spot it.
Fire.
Better angle. Pages in my way.
Found. Sun. Oh, no. Fire. Fire. Yes. Sun. Damn it.
And Evelina, well, still doing work, and that it might even be worse. That could get all the way to the water's edge even. And all of the work Evelina's done today unraveling here on 12. She's going to just need to pitch it up next to the basket and walk away. Here's Maria Oliva up ahead on 14. Looks like that may have kicked back out to keep her near the fairway.
Let's hope so. The Mississippi is close on the right.
And this is not a replay. That is Evelina now for triple bogey. Man, just being a few inches off on hole 12 is so punishing with that slope. And Evelina has struggled with some of her medium to short range putts. I don't think that's the case necessarily on this hole. Of course, she hasn't been converting these, but I mean, the wind and the slope certainly more the factor than her actual putting stroke, and that one she jams in there. But heartbreaking to see for Evelina. Hole 12.
I think the problem is just being confident in that putting stroke again. Thinking and believing that you can make it each time is bringing that huge risk. And as much of momentum that Evelina has, it's going to be tough to bounce back from that.
She said in the press conference that she believes all of her putting woes are 90% mental, and she just needs to get over those. She putted very well at an event back in Europe a few weeks ago, and she's done very well this weekend, just hole number 12. Really chewing up her scorecard. And the tee of 13, which we're seeing Juliana Korber pipe it down the middle. Tee of 13 is somewhat short and left, unfortunately in kind of the righty bailout zone of a tee shot that would come in on 12. So that's why our lead card is standing down waiting for everyone to tee off on 13. Evelina looking to bounce back. And so now that they're clear on the tee of 13, that means 12 will be ready to go any moment. And back to our lead card action.
This is a very technical shot. You can see how it's framed up perfectly with the trees and framing around the basket, and then that drop off to the Mississippi behind the pin.
Off on that left side as Missy Gannon almost gets to pin high. That's where you see the bench and the tee of 13 that I was just referencing. She's within probably 30 to 35 of the pin, but also 35 or so of the bench and the next tee.
Four. Okay.
Paige with a misfire, and had it missed the trees, it was certainly tracking toward the gallery on the left side. This is trouble on the right side. And yet it filters.
This hole is almost 350 feet. So you have to throw the accurate shot with full power to get to the pin. That skip certainly helped Ella. It's going to be a long putt for birdie.
Here's Maria Oliva. We saw the drive on 14. She's on the right side of the fairway. And going to this patent pending stance from this distance, maybe a bit much to be able to control it. She's got to drop off behind the basket. Oh, and look at this. It's going to be short, but a great shot there by Maria Oliva. She's like, yeah, I got this. Shut up, Terry. I got this. Pierce, nice slow speed, looking like her putter. She wants to come in maybe 15 feet short of the pin, have it just skip up to the basket. Cannot come in too hot with this, because if it goes up and over the mound, it could carry all the way to the river.
Yes.
She likes it. Not enough power. Or the wind pushed it down.
And now think, Paige has that left for her par. Missy Gannon has the putt for birdie. It's a scary green, so as we saw from Evelina, anything could happen.
Could see a two-stroke swing. As Evelina pitches up next to the basket on 13. More than halfway through, Paige Pierce, 5-stroke advantage, really just a two-woman race. Ella Hansen does not seem to be, well, I don't know if she has enough charge mode in her to come hunt down Missy and Paige at this point. This was a pivotal moment in the tournament yesterday. Ella Hansen was looking at a birdie putt to possibly take the outright lead over Pierce. She missed the putt and then ultimately walked away with a bogey. And Katrina, fortunately, wasting the near perfect drive she had. And that final check worked out very well for Holland Hanley. Even just 3 more feet of power and she would have been down the hill. Paige isn't running at it. She's going to just succumb to the bogey. And as we just said, Missy Gannon could put this in for a 2-stroke swing, which would bring her within 3 of Pierce. And from circle's edge, just off the mark for Gannon.
And that was the kind of putt that was required. The wind is pushing off of the water. It could have helped carry her into the basket. Thankfully, she doesn't go too far past, and she'll still get a stroke.
The lead will be 4 for Paige Pierce.
And even for Paige, that is not enough to stay comfortable. She knows that Missy is pushing. Missy is forcing these shots to happen to continue to keep up. So Paige needs to stay on her game. Missy is approaching. But you could tell it's not a tense card, this lead card. Paige said this is one of her dream cards. She's enjoying playing with these card mates, and so you could tell they're having a good time out there, but it's that friendly competition going on.
And not the Valerie Mandujano we've seen as of late. A little bit of struggle here this weekend. She's had some highlights, but unfortunately hasn't maintained throughout the weekend. And well, we see just what the wind is doing up ahead on 14. Maria Oliva not messing with the circle 2 putt and just slides it up next to the basket. She'll tap that in. The bench that's located just on the back side of the tee of hole number 13. Dan Reynoso and his flooring company have come out and made this tee as beautiful as it is.
Missy makes it out the gap, although cutting it pretty close. She's going to have a long distance try at another birdie here. Little low. Can she get a skip? Gorgeous shot from Holland.
And we just can't say it enough. Holland Hanley, who's only been in the game for a couple of years, is clearly working on all of the skills to be a top-level competitor. We saw the incredible roller before. We see the near-perfect forehand. She does it all.
Ella's forehand was a little fluffy and doesn't make it out of the gap. Sets up great for a sidearm, but this is a challenging backhand shot because you don't have the height. Straight flyer for Paige. Similar distance to where Missy's going to be putting from as well. Another look here at Holland's shot. That was just a beautiful, flat, low release, and I think a high-speed disc is what gave her that nice skip at the very end. But we're taking a look at what hole 13 looks like, and I'd say the biggest challenge is getting out that gap and choosing the right disc so that the disc can carry off to the right. Backhand, it's a little bit more testy on the angle, trying to figure out how sharp or how high you can throw it. Sidearm is truly the shot to throw if you want to get near the pin. And we haven't seen too many people do that. The only birdie of the round today is from Holly Finley with the circle's edge putt. But we know that would likely be a backhand shot from Holly. Don't see her throwing too many sidearms.
She does not. Here's Mondahano's second on hole number 14. She's got the tree line on the right, and that looks to be about pin high, maybe right on the edge. And I want to throw it out to Brian for a moment. We talk about how you have to close out this round. Brian, talk about the wind and how these next 4 or 5 holes are shaped and what they're going to be contending with.
Yeah, I mean, Terry, it's been pretty consistent here for the past couple of rounds, and today it's no different. 13 through 16 are headwind alley. We have a tough head cross to the left that's been swirling back and forth from that to a straight headwind, and it's ripping out here right now. So yeah, these players are really going to have to be touchy with their approaches and their tee shots, especially with 14 coming up.
Appreciate the insight there, Brian. We know that 14's tee shot is already incredibly demanding with the OB that you find on the left and the woods line and OB on the right. So to add a headwind to that, going to make it that much tougher. But first we've got Gannon with a long birdie look on hole number 13, and that's going to come up short for Gannon. And I do not see her making up any ground on our leader, Pierce. Pierce can extend her lead with a long made birdie putt here on 13. As that rolls to 10 feet for Ella Hansen, she's looking at a bogey here on 13. Gannon in for her par, and Colin Hanley will pick up a stroke. However, she's got a long way to go and unfortunately out of contention. Jump ahead to 15. This is Katrina Allen throwing her second. Can you see what the wind is doing as that pushes it left? Looks to be about circle's edge or just outside of it. Back on 14. And albeit close to the OB on the left side, she stayed in. So this is her second shot.
And that looked like she judged the distance perfectly. Should be up on the flat and putting.
Here's Jennifer Allen. Her second shot on 15.
It is a crush to get to the basket on the second shot. And Jen Allen throws past the pin. She'll be perched on the side hill looking at a birdie.
She struggled on 13 and 14. And now we're seeing Val's attempt here on 14. This looks perfect.
That is exactly what you want. I mean, the angle, using the most of the fairway on the right-hand side, and she is just going to have an easy pitch to the pin. I mean, that felt like just an easy layup placement shot, but she just bombed that with ease.
This also is going to hook up at the end and be in good position. Not quite as much distance, but Missy Gannon with a safe tee shot on 14. She's 4 back of our leader in Pierce.
Paige cut this close in yesterday's round because she was focused on getting as much distance. Let's see if she changes the game plan a little bit. A safe shot is all you need off the tee on 14.
Pierce with a last moment changeup. She says, oh wow, and that is tracking to the right side. Brian, we're not sure if you had eyes on that, but we've seen that somebody can actually find the Mississippi River and go out of bounds down there.
Yeah, Terry, it looks like she did crest into the tree line on the right side. The spotter gave the cross sign, so he's not sure if it's in or out yet, but I saw the disc come straight down, so I'm guessing it's going to be safe.
All right, we see Ella Hansen push to the right side. She gets a little luckier in that it stays out for her, but Paige Pierce is going to be out of position and definite advantage to Missy Gannon here on 14.
And Paige did make the changeup for what we've seen in previous rounds, but she yanks it. It's just a clear shank off to the right, even though keeps it safe more than we've seen in the past. We'll see if she did remain safe from where she landed. Once the tree line hits, it's a hill down to the water. And so we've seen a few players who do end up in the trees. It is a very challenging shot to get back out to the fairway. And if you do have an out of bounds stroke added on to that, it start to add up.
We saw Allen approach to here just outside of the circle. The birdie look. Grabs metal but doesn't fall in. So Kat will walk away with a par. Evelina, this is the green of 14. Ella looks like she'll be throwing first, or at least lining it up.
This is another pin where there's nothing near the basket to judge distance on, and then it has kind of that infinity pool effect where it drops off behind the basket. So you have to know those distances. And
wow, fighting so much of that headwind. In a calm conditions, that exact same shot is probably getting to the pin. And with that headwind just ripping into their face, we're seeing that come up considerably short for Ella. Likely a pitch up to the pin. From there, she would walk away with the par. Meanwhile, Paige in a world of hurt.
very close to the water, within a couple feet.
And a quick clarification for everyone at home. If you are ever near an OB line, always call at least one of your card mates over to confirm that you are in fact in bounds. Otherwise it could be assumed that you were out of bounds. So make sure you call a card mate over so that they can see it and that they can confirm that you're in bounds. Paige just looking to pitch out onto the platform. She's got to be careful she doesn't throw it too hard. She could find OB on the other side of the fairway otherwise. And she gets forward progress. And that is a great recovery shot for Paige Pierce.
That was definitely more of a shot than I thought she had. I was thinking more of just maybe a putt out to the opening. But she had a window and she went for it.
Roll that Zuka replay as Paige.
Oh, man. Watching that shot again just shows how impressive that really was. I mean, she barely had a reach back. She could barely turn her body with how much those branches were coming into her stance. Meanwhile, Missy Gannon, middle of the fairway with another opportunity here in today's round to get a stroke on Paige.
And such a tough shot for the backhand because she needs to flirt with the right side of the tree line, but if she goes anywhere hard left or gets a skip, it could find the cart path way off to the left side, and then it slopes down directly behind the pin.
Oh, I like it. Does it have the distance?
And that's the skip I was just talking about, but it stays there. And Missy Gannon still outside of the circle. Not an easy putt. And we'll see. Paige may not lose any ground to Missy Gannon on this hole. And with one knee on the ground, we've got Jennifer Allen trying to line up her birdie. And another one that just barely gets over the rim, but in. And Jennifer Allen avoiding pars today. Mostly birdies. Holland marked at 190 to the pin. Oh, and this is left in lots of trouble. That is going to carry all the way to the cart path that I spoke of. And that will be out of bounds for Holland Hanley. That's just a matter of getting the nose up and then the wind exaggerating it and dragging it all the way over. You cannot get the nose of the disc up here into this headwind.
And no matter how many years you've been playing this sport, the wind will always teach you a few lessons.
And Paige with a chance to save the par. I'm going to roll the Zuka replay from the catch cam.
Just as I mentioned, you know, throwing a shot into direct headwind. Paige pulls out a putter. She throws it on the direct line and the wind just carries it straight to the pin. That's a great upshot. But it doesn't show us how challenging the wind is. Paige just took control of it.
Yeah, and that's the word I was going to use, is just complete control and tempo. She had everything in sync for that approach.
And as many birdies as we've seen in the previous rounds, hole 14, there's only been one birdie on this, and that was from Owen Scoggins.
Flat ground, yeah, maybe you're running that today. Drop off directly behind the basket, not so much, says Ella Hansen. This is a huge putt for Missy Gannon. This would guarantee her at least 1 stroke picked up on Paige, maybe 2, pending the outcome of Paige's putt. Gannon for birdie. It looked good, Val.
It did. And the chances have been there. It is just all about Missy gaining on that. I mean, that upshot could certainly have been half the distance and put a less pressure on the putt. She's forced to make these putts to gain those strokes, but look what happens when you miss. Another lengthy comeback putt under pressure.
She answered on 11 after going deep. Now the uphill putt on 14 to save the par.
And within 2 minutes from when she stepped up to that very first putt, think of how her mental game has shifted from attack mode, then to maintain mode on the next putt, and now to a little bit of disappointment after missing.
And meanwhile, Pierce converts on the par, and just when we were talking moments ago about Missy gaining on Pierce, the exact opposite happens. Pierce extends her lead back to 5 over Missy Gannon, and we just have holes 15 through 18 before Paige Pierce tries to possibly hoist that big heavy trophy bear yet again.
She's leaving the door open. Just waiting for somebody maybe to walk through before she really slams it shut. The holes are running out.
Great shot by Katrina Allen a moment ago. Here's Evelina Salonen with her second on hole number 15. And that's the closest approach shot we've seen on 15. Nice work by Salonen. Good friend Henna Blumros out there walking along. Henna not competing this weekend due to some lower back issue. She's hoping to be ready to go for next week's major in Madison, Wisconsin.
It's a tiny breeze here for Katrina's putt. Oh, and then just shifting directions.
On a slope, Katrina for birdie. Oh, and
oh my.
She'll take it. Dancing on the backside, it falls in. Katrina Allen picks up another birdie.
Well, that was entertaining. Holy cow. Another yanked tee shot from Paige. Keeps her right. She's going to land on the side hill in the tall grass, but she got a lot of distance.
Gallery taking it all in person. Brian, we didn't see that if it hit the window and got up onto the platform, or is that short with tough footing? That was with Ella Hansen's shot we saw a moment ago.
Like
Any clarification, Brian?
Yeah, it definitely looked like it was high and ended up short with some rough footing. It did not crest over the hill, that's for sure.
Appreciate it, Brian. And also another clarification, some people have asked if those 2 pillars are the tee markers here on this hole, and they're not. There's an actual line on the sidewalk. So I know that's been asked over the last couple of days, understandably so. It looks like almost everyone's foot faulting, but there is an indicator on the sidewalk for the front of the tee. And The last thing Evelina needs is to put one into the heart of the chains and somehow have it come back out at her. So great birdie for Salonen. Look at the wind just lift every one of those shots. It's out in the opening on the flat grass or on the flat area of the fairway, but a long distance from the pin. I don't think Missy has it to be able to get to the pin from where she's at. Not with this headwind. Evelina now on the tee of 16.
Around 300 feet. And she lands it a little bit short, but from our perspective, that looked like it was going in.
I'm going to give her about 20, maybe 25 short, as Katrina Allen perfectly peers the gap on 17.
Like it's good footing up on top of the flat.
Still considerable distance away. Ella looking to get up and down and save the par. Another look at Arcana current conditions. Temperature only supposed to be a high of 72 today, so sitting at 68 at the moment. Wind speed at 13 miles an hour. North to northwest winds. I think about seeing that graphic earlier in the weekend when it said south to southwest. Really seeing just about every type of wind out there. It seems like it's swirling on any given hole. Katrina Allen looking to close out strong here. Back-to-back birdies on 16 and 17.
As you were mentioning, Terry, hole 15 is a little out of range in the distance that Missy Gannon has. This is a hole that she should be playing for par. It's all about placement here on the second shot.
And we had her marked at 397 to the pin into a headwind, slightly uphill, as we were just saying. That usually is the recipe for a par in this case. Holland marked at 365 to the pin.
Oh yeah, she'll be looking at a birdie here. Uphill at the basket.
Unobstructed. A little bit of a backstop there. Yeah, I think we're going to see an aggressive putt by Holland.
And it's a hole for distance throwers. Looking at the two birdies that we've seen on this hole today. One from Evelina, and then that one from Jennifer Allen. Two big throwers. And although Paige is far right of the fairway, she has the longest drive of the group.
Really, it's more about the angle. You actually see her even contending with some of the long grass directly in front of her, but she's going to have an awkward run up, and then it's going to be the angle in which she has to put this on because she's throwing slightly uphill.
That.
Can it fight back to the left? That's what she needs. And she'll be outside of the circle. And I'm thinking we're going to see another pitch up next to the pin. I think she's going to have a little bit of a canopy to deal with and some obstruction between her and the pin, but we'll find out when she gets up to the green.
See Katrina Allen there in third place, shooting a 6 down in today's round. The next best score is Paige Pierce and Maria Oliva at 2 under. Hard to score with all this wind.
Wow, and Evelina from inside of the circle opts to just lay that up. That was for birdie, so she'll tap that in for par. Definitely respecting the wind and the slope found over there on 16.
And the sheepish little smile from her. That was funny. She learned her lesson, let's just say. Great upshot there from Ella. After all that distance was taken off of the tee shot, that's pretty much as good as she could do the rest of the way through this hole. And Ella has a bit of distance from Evelina, who is in 5th place. Ella at 12 down, Evelina at 9. Our lead card getting a little bit of space, although Katrina Allen is climbing.
Yeah, those back-to-back birdies we've seen, along with this all-around solid last 10 or 12 holes from Katrina, has hoisted her onto the podium for the moment. Brian, does Paige have a look over there? Is this anything she should even be running at if she does?
I mean, Terry, if I was her caddy, I'd tell her to lay it up right under the pin. She has a 5-stroke lead, but it's Paige Pierce after all, and I think she likes to make things interesting, so I actually wouldn't be surprised if she ran it either.
Well, she goes for the conservative play, knowing that her next closest competitor is looking at a par. As you just said, a 5-stroke advantage is what she should have going into the last 3 holes. Here's Holland Hanley.
Yeah.
Sit down, and it does, but Holland gives it a good bid for birdie.
Holland says stay up, you say sit down.
Well, mid-flight everything changes a little bit in terms of perspective, I suppose. Missy will remain at 14 under. Right now, it seems as if it's just a matter of who will battle for those 2 podium spots, being 2nd and 3rd. So close with Ella Hansen, Katrina Allen, and Missy Gannon. Pierce takes a 5-stroke lead. They're going to have a brief walk over to 16. Just 3 holes left to play, and Evelina, tee of 17. Up ahead on the green, this is Valerie Mondahano for her par. Just not the weekend for Valerie Mondahano. Here's where Evelina landed. This is for birdie. And that's off the front of the cage and looking like a par for Evelina.
Interesting that she went for that one and not the putt on the hole previously.
Evelina sits at 9 under. Just 1 hole left to play. We'll see what she can do on 18. But right now, Katrina Allen, looking at the charge that she's been making today, bringing herself into the conversation for a podium spot. She's currently 6 under for today's round.
So 16, 17, you can see those holes. They're coming up for our lead card. They're birdieable. 18, you can get a birdie on it as well. But at this point, even if they play flawless to finish, the chasers of Paige Pierce, Paige would have to make some mistakes for them to catch up. So it's not likely at this point, but anything can happen. Hole 16, it's a par 3, perched up on this mound. Landing on the right side of the pin is going to give you a more open look at the basket. There's a guardian bush on the left-hand side, and if you land in there or land behind it, it is not likely you're going to have a look at your birdie putt. But just over 300 feet into the dead headwind. It's going to make this whole play a lot longer than 300 feet.
And that's on the right side of the fairway for Pierce. That will likely be a pitch up to the hillside for Pierce to try and walk away with a par. Hansen, oh, the mac off the tree to slow it down and give her a birdie look. Ella Hansen. A little bit of a trick shot there. We'll take it. Paige is like, you throw it and then you hit off the tree and then it stops. Yeah, that looked good. See what Holland can do. And this is way out wide, in the same neighborhood as Paige Pierce.
So we're seeing the shots that are released on the higher angle and a little bit off to the right. The wind is just not allowing them to come back to the pin. In previous throws, we've seen Missy throw the lower shot. I think that's the play here on 16 as well. Oh, and it just does not have the stability to come back.
Yeah.
Slightly anticlimactic here on 16. Besides Ella's shot, which had some excitement. Here is the Estonian Katie Elsalu, I believe. I just butchered her name.
It looks to me like you nailed it. And what an incredible performance that she's had out here today. Do you notice any similarities to Kristen Tatar in that form? Feels
very
like,
pure.
Yeah, a near carbon copy. And certainly a good one to copy, and we hope that everything is well. Silver Lot, Kristen Tatar, not here this weekend, but Katie putting together a great round. She having the small hiccup there on 11, but very solid performance to close out her weekend. Looking forward to seeing her next weekend in Madison.
So we're at 3 down for today's round, 6 down for the tournament.
Paige wants to get at least as high as that tree is, and she's even improved on that. So I'm right next to the pin for Pierce. Easy tap in. Successful approach as well by Holland Hanley. So now you really have to start to wonder, is Missy even in attack mode to think she could get Pierce in the last couple holes? Or is she just in maintenance mode of saying, hey, I just want to hold on to second place right now with a charging Ella and Katrina?
Yeah, I would say at this point it's not in the mind frame to catch up to Paige. I think she's missed that opportunity. She had plenty of them, especially in the mid of this round, but now it's just finishing out with this round is shooting the best that you can on these finishing holes and see where you end up. You know, you can't control what other players are doing. You can only control what the next shot you have.
Ella Hansen, who's been a little shy on birdies today, picks one up here on 16. Looking that she's had 3 birdies and 4 bogeys today, so quite the contrast to her performance yesterday. She's still sitting in a tie for 3rd at the moment. In. We're through 52 holes. It's not going to be the blowout we've seen in years 2020 and 2021, but Paige Pierce with a very comfortable 5-stroke lead with just 2 holes left to play. Here's Katrina Allen, tee of 18.
Off to a good start, right in the middle of the fairway. Safe.
Back with Katie. And short and likely in the bunker, which is safe in this case, the old ball golf bunker that's out there. Footing may be awkward, but no penalty strokes.
So this is an overview of 17. You can see the tee pad in those trees in the bottom of our screen.
Macy Valadiaz on 18. And running it close to the basket on 18, trying to close out with a bang. We've seen her with some long throw-ins, thinking back to DDO, and we saw her throw one in from long range on hole number 3. Smooth forehand here by Ella Hansen, putting her inside the circle.
Just 243 feet. But the challenge is hitting the tunnel, hitting the gap with the wind. Again, it's another headwind shot. Oh, and Paige hits the very last tree, but kicks out into the opening. You put too much on this drive, you can end up in the water behind the pin. Safe on the left-hand side past the basket.
And that makes it all the way out. And I believe that's going to check up and stay inbounds. Brian, are you out there? Can you confirm if that's inbounds? I don't know if you're in position to tell for sure.
Yeah, Holland's nestled nicely. She should be about 20-25 feet with a headwind putt.
Ryan, any other observations you've seen as we're starting to close out this round? What looks to be pretty secure for Paige, but have you observed anything else out on the card?
I mean, just the overall energy of the card. I mean, these are 4 people that truly enjoy playing disc golf with each other, and I think it's just been a nice walk in the park for them today. Despite some of the struggles from the players in the card, I think it's awesome to see 2 new athletes that are just fresh to the scene having success on a course like this.
And speaking of success, we're seeing on screen right now, if Paige holds on through these Last hole and a half. This will be her 70th Elite Series or major win, which would be the most of any player. Thank you so much to our friends over at Statmando. Val, I know I need all the help I can get, so when Statmando can provide a few additional insights and information, actually makes me sound a little bit smarter once in a while. I'll take it.
Remember, we saw Katrina Allen birdie 16 and 17. Missy missed out on 16, and now this is her second shot. Gotta get it underneath the pin from here.
Good speed, great control. Missy Gannon, solid recovery shot here on 17. This is Katrina's second shot on 18.
And that'll do. It's a placement shot. And the pressure is off for Paige to have to go for putts like that. Just lay it under the basket. Just roll it on into the clubhouse.
Paige carrying some of that momentum into next week to go after another major title, trying to defend the title she collected last year in California. We saw Ella Hansen really rise to the occasion at that event. So looking forward to next week, and just off the front of the basket, and Holland Hanley in complete disbelief, just thinking, how was I that short? Hansen to go to 14.
Are we gonna go? Yeah.
Paige and Ella both tap in for their pars. Gannon's going to do the same. And Holland, who had the best look at it, will tap in. One hole left to play. Paige Pierce ready to go out and hug the bear.
Love you, baby. Love you guys. Cale, give me the bear, dude. Come on. Ah! Ah! All right. This is the trophy? That's the trophy. You'll get your name engraved on it. Wow, that's awesome. That's good training.
Taking another look back at what Paige has done here today. Started off strong with the birdie on 1. Some of this feels similar to what she did in round 2. She was picking up birdies on the odd numbered holes consistently throughout the entire front 9. Today she birdied 1. She also birdied 3. Here she is making the par save on hole 4. And on 6, this is one of the highlights for me, watching her getting it dialed in. She struggled to get the birdie and actually missed the birdie in rounds 1 and 2 on hole 6. Today she hits the pin. Hole 8, clearing the water with ease. And then watching the solid approach shot. This is on 9. That sets her up for a birdie, along with the rest of the card. She didn't pick up any strokes on anyone there. But just on hole number 11, when we thought that Missy Gannon might have an opportunity, she doesn't. Paige Pierce cleans up for the par, and this is a scramble. Arguably the scramble of the day for Paige Pierce. And she'd get up and down from there and then walk away with a par on 14. You're right, Val. Missy has had opportunities, but Paige has remained consistent. And when Missy didn't rise to the occasion, Paige said, okay, I'll just keep playing nice and level, and I'll walk this thing in.
Yeah, Missy couldn't have gotten any more chances. It's unfortunate that maybe she wasn't a few feet closer on the upshots, or, you know, there were a lot of chances that Missy could have had to catch up to Paige, but Paige held steady throughout today.
Big smile from Evelina Salonen on her tee shot of 18. Now we're with Katrina Allen.
The fate is in Katrina's hands. Can she put this close, give herself a birdie, maybe move into second place? That's a good spot to be on top of the hill. She'll have a putt.
Well, let's fly over hole number 18 and what they need to do to close out their round and their tournament here today, Val.
Hole 18 starts off with the tee shot over the water. I don't think that distance really has much of an advantage here. You just want to have a safe tee shot. The second shot lands you up on top of the hill. You want to have good footing, so you want to avoid that old debunked sand trap. Third shot goes over the water again. You want to clear this last sand trap, crest over the hill, and give yourself a nice flat putt. Birdies are available on this hole. You just have to put yourself in the right positions.
We're out here at Cale's place, the Preserve. Cale stepping up big time in 2020. That was the early goings of us returning during the initial COVID phases. We started out at the DDO and then came here to Cale's place. As Evelina, the clean second shot. My legitimate concern is with the limited real estate that's on the Bear and on that trophy, when someone like Paige now is looking to become a multi-time champion of the event, do they put a little tick mark next to her name, or are they going to put her initials somewhere else on the trophy? I mean, we could conserve some real estate, right?
That's an interesting idea. We'll see.
I can barely wait. All right, here we go. Lisa Fakis from out of position on the embankment.
I've been bragging that we have both one tag on the card today.
Let's go.
Terry, I can't help to think about what a great warm-up this is leading into the major next weekend.
I did the same thing. I won the
Paige's shot consistently, has been able to get a few big wins this year, actually took down the first major of the year, and now seeing how well she played this weekend and how accurate her shots were and her confidence in the putt, she's looking like a top contender.
Yeah, and she always is, of course, when she shows up at the majors, but as of late, we've seen so many other contenders, so it'll be great to see. You can watch all of the action on Disc Golf Network. That's going to be starting Thursday. We'll bring you all 4 days of the major, Thursday through Sunday. Looking forward to being in my home state, Madison, Wisconsin. Oh, and that was to tie Missy Gannon.
Tricks up Mother Nature. The wind did not help her on that one. Good attempt. She'll get her par, and that will keep her at 13 down tied with Ella Hansen.
And so impressive to see the 6-under effort by Katrina. Emily Beach for par. And a solid putt. Emily Beach currently looks to be the top contender for Rookie of the Year in our FPO division. Jen Allen misses from short range. She'll tap in. Maria Oliva and Katrina Allen. Solid performance out here today. She's going to walk away with the par on the final hole. And as of right now, she is tied with Ella Hansen. That's 1 stroke behind Missy Gannon. We'll see what Missy can do. Missy just needs the par to remain at 14, and then it's a matter of, well, Missy or Ella, one of the two may or may not birdie, and, well, there's a little shaking up that can happen on the podium spots. Might get crowded there.
It's like the third one I found.
As we said, about 4.5, maybe 5 hours. They'll travel east on I-94 to arrive in Madison. They have 2 courses to learn. Looking forward to everyone coming, like I said, to my home state, Madison, Wisconsin. Also known for hosting one of the early national tours when that came onto the scene around 2003. Hoping also to see if we'll see a return of Kristen Tatar. She was had stayed back in Estonia. Her significant other, Silver Lott, had tested positive for COVID. She had tested negative multiple times. She said she was going to maintain the testing and see if it was possible to still get over here to try and go after the major title, and there was some uncertainty. So we'll keep our eyes on that and hope that Kristen Tatar can join us next week.
Yeah, and as our defending champion, I mean, she won this event in dominant fashion last year, and I imagine she's watching in this weekend, and it's sad to have missed out on her at this event.
Certainly. That is short and left for Evelina Salonen. Kristen, as you just mentioned, won by 10 last year, and also recently became the highest rated woman in the world, overtaking Paige Pierce for that spot. Here's Ella Hansen's huge drive, easily clearing the water, and quite likely the longest drive we've seen of the day here on 18.
There's 2 water carries left between Paige Pierce and a winning putt at the end of this tournament. First water carry is complete, plenty safe.
Not quite as far, but certainly safe for Holland Hanley. Holland has fallen back to a tie for 6th at the moment.
Par 5 to finish, and that's all Missy Gannon's looking for to maintain the 2nd place spot.
Worst case scenario, if she were to take a par here and Ella birdied, she'd still have a share of 2nd. Four safe drives off the tee of 18. Another look at Paige Pierce.
Yeah, Paige. Yeah, Paige.
And adding to the statistics for Paige Pierce. This event has only happened 3 times, and Paige is looking to be a 2-time winner of it. Off to a great start and beautiful shooting throughout the weekend. 10 down the first round, 7 down in round 2. The struggles for everyone happened today, but Paige Pierce still shot under par and maintained that lead.
Well, our hottest round of the day has been by Katrina Allen. Right now she's greenside on 18 with the PDGA's own Hayden Henry. Take it away.
I think the tough conditions, the wind gave me something to focus on. Instead of results or birdieing, it was just surviving.
What do you need to do in a 3-round event moving forward? Just a little bit?
Yeah.
Just that one round that kind of gets down a little bit?
Yeah, there's just one round where I'm just not feeling it. I just don't feel like I have the drive or the focus I have the other 2 days, and I'm not really sure. I'm just going to keep working on it and hope that I can put 3 solid rounds together.
Today is a special anniversary. What has the past year just been like? Taking out a world title and changing sponsors and everything that you've done and into it.
So Austin did wake up and tell me that was my 1-year anniversary of my world title, or my 2nd world title, and it brought back a lot of feelings. That's a day I probably will never forget. I think I can be 100 years old and will remember how I felt. So yeah, it's been an awesome year, and I feel like I'm an even stronger golfer. Like I said, if I can just put 3 of those rounds together, I feel like I'll be fighting for titles.
Was that a boost this morning, you think?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think so. It's quite the opposite. I'm actually playing in a traditional golf outing tomorrow, and Monday a high school friend lives in Madison, so I'll be doing that. It's like a charity event. And then I'll try to get as much practice in before and after that, and Tuesday, and then Tuesday night and all day Wednesday is the Disc Golf Pro Tour Celebrity Pro-Am, so I'll be doing that, and then yeah, just trying to make the best of a busy week. Yeah.
Break down Madison for us. What can fans expect from those courses in Madison?
I've never played these courses, so it'll be new to me as well. So someone tell me.
All right, well, we'll find out Wednesday, and looking forward to the major next weekend. Thank you, Katrina.
All right, thank you. Good.
Great to hear from Katrina Allen, and again celebrating the anniversary of when she claimed her 2nd world title 1 year ago today.
And it was an inspirational finish that Katrina had on that final hole. She had one last opportunity to make something happen, to keep the pressure on Paige. And I mean, to overcome the nerves and to throw the perfect shot. I mean, that's what this sport's all about. I mean, that's what makes this sport so exciting. You have to give it everything you have till the very last shot. Paige says, that's a good spot to land. I'll match you. And I know it's a celebratory anniversary for Katrina, but I have no doubt that Paige Pierce is waking up in the middle of the night thinking about that final hole as well and how things could have been different. You know, that fire inside Paige, I'm sure, is going to be hot when the World Championships come around again this year. I mean, it's just interesting how things develop in a player's career, and after all the titles that Paige has had throughout her career, there's always more that you strive for as a competitor.
Well, I know how you certainly got in the way and went out and claimed your 4th at that same property over there in Emporia, and Paige is going to be looking to claim her 6th this year come early September. You won't be in her way, Val, but she'll have other very strong competitors to go after. I'm going to quickly throw it out to Brian for any final shots or parting words that you might have for us before we finalize our FPO action out here, Brian?
Well, Terry, obviously, Paige Pierce is still one of the greatest champions that our sport has ever seen, if not the greatest champion our sport has ever seen. And I mean, with that said, there's so much other talent coming up in the FPO division. Next week in Madison, Wisconsin is going to be incredible. The 2 courses that they're playing will challenge every aspect of the disc golf game for all of these players. It is going to be a must-watch tournament next week, that's for sure.
Appreciate it, Brian. Thanks for walking around out there all weekend long, giving us the insights. And look at the approach shot there by Ella Hansen, parking it next to the basket on 18.
Fist bumps around, and well-deserved from Ella. She had a great position at the top of the hill to see the pin. Puts it on the perfect line. And will barely need to think about that putt to finish her round.
Ella Hansen looking to finish with the birdie and move to 14 under. That would be a par round for her today. 350 to the pin.
And a park job to claim the second place spot solo. That was some awkward footing she had to deal with. Can this swoop back to the left? She's safe. She'll have a lengthy putt for birdie.
Colin Hanley gets it dialed in. We're looking at about 315 feet to the pin.
That's up in the air. Can that get down? Safe. Out of bounds circles the pin at around circle 2. So you have about 60 some feet of space around the basket.
And Paige Pierce comes up short, but still makeable range inside the circle for Pierce. We're going to take one more look at that.
This weekend has been a confidence builder for Paige. All parts of her game have looked so precise. She's looked focused. She's been, she looks like she has that kind of, that fire back for competition. We know she took the week off leading up to this event and let her mind and her body rest, and she came back firing this weekend. It's great to see, and great to see a player like Paige still focused on winning and taking the task at hand, and regardless of what the competition brought to her this weekend, she maintained.
Oh, and Val, you really touched on it, and you said in the later part of your playing career, along with your husband Nate, you guys talked about going to the events that mattered the most to you, the ones that would keep you fired up, where the best competition and the most amount of fun were. And that's exactly the game plan that Paige Pierce has brought to disc golf. She's been grinding on tour for about a decade now and is now have roots in Pensacola, Florida, and she's just going to the events where it kind of checks all those boxes. And so when she's here, she's ready to play and she's focused and fired up, just as you observed. And we're seeing a solid Paige Pierce, and really going to carry that momentum just a few hours east for next week. Like I said, she's trying to defend her major title that she collected in California last year. Holland Hanley putting for birdie to try and close out her weekend. And in exciting fashion, Hanley from way downtown. No better way to close out the tournament.
I have been waiting for that signature Holland Hanley throw-in.
And Paige may be more excited than us even, watching her friend, her OTB teammate, Holland Hanley, cash it in. Now, Missy Gannon, huge putt on hand. As we said, this is to maintain second place, solo position of second place. So she will share it because Ella Hansen is right next to the pin. Missy and Ella will tie for second. Paige hasn't birdied since hole 9. Let's see if she can close out her tournament with one.
Of course, doesn't need the putt to drop. Plenty of strokes to work with.
Ella is in great performance. That tie for second. Your champion of the 2022 Preserve Championships, Paige Pierce.
I'm going to announce you.
Sounds good.
Congrats. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Le Visca Disc Golf Design, the Airborne Preserve, the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and Prodigy Disc, I am pleased to present your 2022 Preserve Champion, Paige Pierce.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
That's right.
Come here, guys.
Dude, fun playing with you guys. Here. Hi. Hi.
Where? This is fine. Paige, congratulations. This win was your 70th Elite Series victory, the most of any disc golfer. When you come to a place like this that's so beautiful, can you comment on some of the initial emotions you feel winning out here?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it just feels like our playground as disc golfers, you know, just to be out in nature, watching the tall grass blow and, you know, watching our discs, you know, it's hard to put into words, but, you know, if you're a disc golfer and you've had a tough day and you get out on the disc golf course, that's where you're all feeling the same thing, gratitude and just appreciation to be outside.
You've been so adamant about leaning into the positive elements of life and celebrating the people around you. Can you just do that and comment on the amazing women that you've been able to compete alongside today?
I can definitely do that. So first of all, all these Minnesotans know because they were here in person. The crowd was amazing today. If you guys watched at home, you probably also noticed, but it's harder to tell on camera. These shots that Ella and Holland are throwing, these rollers, 500-foot rollers on par 5s that are making the birdies so easy. I mean, eagle chances out here. And, you know, Holland's hitting putts. I wish she didn't wait till hole 18 to show off. I swear, you guys, star Holland on Udisc. You're going to be impressed. But yeah, I mean, huge putts, huge rollers, huge sidearms. It's like, I'm doing everything I can to just, I'm a one-trick pony kind of thing, but good thing I've got 2 decades at it. So these girls are coming up. I'm just going to keep doing my backhand Anheuser thing, and I'm loving watching it fly.
Fantastic. And let's snap to you right now, and let's talk about the major next week in Madison, Wisconsin. What's your game plan? Are you going to relax for a little bit, or are you going to get right there and get to work?
No, I'm no relaxing for me for the rest of the year, but definitely not this week. For a major, I mean, I'm playing probably 2 rounds a day, especially on these courses. They're only like 6,000 feet, so I'll probably get to play 2 rounds a day, and then I'm hosting Jomez. I'm taking over Jomez. Sorry, German, Yuli, and Nate. Taking over your job for the week. Me and Kona, we're hosting a practice round, a putting round, and then doing commentary every night. So it's going to be a crazy week. And on top of that, yeah, Alyssa's family will be there. Her mom, stepdad, aunt, uncle, cousins, grandma. So I'm going to be hanging with the Pelichek family and, you know, trying to get family time, grow the sport, win a major. It's never resting. Never resting.
Not too shabby. Congratulations, Paige. Enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
And congratulations, of course, to Paige Pierce, a hard-earned, well-fought victory, a hard-fought, well-earned victory, all of those things. I have less tricks than even Paige does out there. Val, big takeaway, what we just heard from Paige.
Well, she's so humble. I mean, of course, she's won so many tournaments. As we said, the 70th win out on these elite events. She says she's a one-trick pony, but whatever she does out there is magic. And Paige, when she is locked in and focused and relaxed out on the course, that's when she shoots her best. And this was a great preview to build some confidence into next week. My biggest takeaway is, sounds like her schedule is pretty loaded for this next week, and it's a big tournament on the line. So hopefully she can still find that balance and stay focused on the tournament. That's the task at hand.
She's going to have 4 rounds at the major. We're excited to see how that's going to unfold today. She took her lead from 3. She actually extended it to 5 before she attempted to hoist the bear, but she walks away as your champion. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back with the OTB after show. We're going to give you a few more of our thoughts, and we're going to have additional thoughts from your champion, Paige Pierce. We'll see you in a moment.
Hey everyone, I'm Katrina Allen, and I'm here with my SP Vortex. We ran a limited number in the SP plastic to commemorate my 6th PDGA Player of the Year. We also incorporated my new logo. The Vortex is a understable fairway driver. Instead of forcing my mids, I like to use this. I like to pop it on some hyzer, let the disc do all the work. Lots of glide, understable, great in the woods, great for easy distance. You can find these at discgolf.com/Katrina.
Tyler Classical Academy has been incredible. These kids are super excited for disc golf.
I didn't learn about disc golf until I was in my mid-20s, but I'm so happy that these kids do, and they're getting the chance to try it out.
This is a fantastic program and a fantastic opportunity for our school to have professionals come in and take over the PE program for a day and expose these kids to the joys that they can have in just watching a disc fly through the air.
The youth is really going to come in a strong wave to the sport of disc golf.
We are dedicated to the game.
developing technology and providing data that helps you take the next step. Whether it's your next training session, league night, or major. Because we believe the best way to grow the sport is to push the sport. And the best way to do that is together. We're focused on the future to make that happen.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your disc golf warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGoGottaThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGoGottaThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here with our champion, Paige Pierce, the 5-stroke margin of victory. She's on the ground with Hayden Henry. Take it away, guys.
All right, we're here with your preserved champion, not back-to-back, but two-time preserved champion, Paige Pierce. Paige, break down the round today. The conditions were a little different out there, pretty tough.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the last 2 days we've had some wind, but not really until the last like 3 or 4 holes. Today it was present starting on the very first hole. Even warming up, we knew what we were getting into. So I thought that was kind of cool because we could at least warm up in the wind. So I knew what discs were flying well into headwinds, tailwinds. But yeah, every single shot was a test. You know, are we making the right choice? Are we putting too much torque on it? You know, stuff like that. So I think the wind was the biggest challenge today.
He came in with a 3-stroke lead, and it seemed like every time the door started to creak open just a little bit, you slammed it shut with an escape from the river on the hole over there. Talk about your grit today.
Yeah, you know, I thought 6 under was going to kind of be what I needed to shoot today, but when I got up and saw that it was so windy, I was thinking more like 3 or 4 would do it. So there was really no pressure for me knowing how many birdies are out there, especially after the first 6 holes. I had already gotten 3 of those birdies, so I felt pretty relaxed. I felt if I just got 1 more birdie, I would be at the pace that I thought needed to win the tournament. So yeah, I mean, knowing the level of player I am, with 14 holes left, I know I can get at least 1 birdie. So it allowed me to feel calm instead of thinking about what everybody else was doing. I just knew I needed to get 1 more birdie.
What did you see out of Missy this weekend? It seemed her game has kind of turned the corner this season.
Yeah, Missy's an incredible player. I mean, if you don't already know about Missy Gannon, well, you've been sleeping under a rock. So, I mean, she's always solid. I think you can tell when her putt is doing better because you're going to see her on the podium every time. So, yeah, her putt was on this weekend. Unfortunately, in the final day today, she missed a couple that could have been turning points. The one on hole 14, if she hits that one, I'm shaking in my boots a little bit. And same thing with the putt on hole, I can't remember in this current moment, but there was 2 key putts for her from like 40 feet that she's making those probably 70% of the time. And fortunately for my case, she didn't make those today, so it was a little bit easier to breathe. But yeah, she's a warrior and she's ready and determined.
All right, and the 2 quote newcomers out here, first time out, Ella and Holland. What do you see out of them with just their passion to jump in the game like they have and get to this stage this quickly?
I mean, both of those 2 girls, just specifically those 2, they're brand new to the sport. They're 3 years or less to the sport. Ella does come from a Frisbee background, So she's really efficient at angles and controlling the disc flight. But Holland, I mean, you know, that one's even more surprising and impressive to me because she didn't have any ultimate background, Frisbee background, nothing. She's got a master's degree, you know, and now she finds out about disc golf, comes out, and she's throwing 500-foot rollers and making 70-foot putts with 2,000 people watching. So, you know, these girls are... They know they're good, and they know they're only getting better. So it's really, really cool.
The past 2 events out here, the wins have been by double digits, you know, blowout wins.
Yeah.
This year it was 5, cut in half. What does that say to you about the field that you're competing in right now in 2022?
I think everyone's just hungry, you know. Everyone wants to win. You see people putting in so much time, and you know, I would say the last couple years, Missy Gannon's one of my practice partners. We go out and play practice rounds quite often, and we would go out the last couple years and we wouldn't see another woman on the course. Granted, we were going out at 8 a.m., but we would finish and not see another woman playing. And now this year you go out and you see Kat Murches, you see Jessica Weises, you see them all putting and putting in time, even when you know, their friends are hanging out. They're making sure to step aside and get some extra practice in.
I mean, all kinds of numbers. Your 149th PDGA win, your 70th Elite Series major win, like Brian said, most of any player. 6 years ago, you won the first ever Disc Golf Pro Tour event at Vibram. What does that say to you about the game and how it's grown and how we got to this point in the past 6 years?
Yeah, you know, it's crazy just to think back that was even a Pro Tour event and that this is still a Pro Tour event, because it feels like so much different. Like, this is crazy. There's like thousands of people here watching disc golf. I see like 7 or 8 food vendors, beer vendors. There's so many people here that never even heard of disc golf back then. So, you know, it's come a long way, and I think the way that disc golf allows you to kind of just like talk to people that you would never talk to, I think that's what's so like captivating. You know, I'm finding myself talking to little 6-year-olds and 75-year-old men, and they all feel like friends, and that's the Frisbee family. So it's really cool that the professional side of the sport is growing, but we're still sticking to our roots in that community feeling.
That's really good. We head into a major next week. You're 1 for 1 already in those. Just break it down. What does U.S. Women's mean? What would be your 18th major?
Yeah,
mean?
I mean, major championships for me, that's where I'm at home. I feel like it means more to me. I feel more focused. And there's not like this thought in my mind of like, oh, I don't care as much, or oh, I care more. It's just something inside of me that I can't really explain. It's like changes, and it's just like I feel so much different standing on the tee pad, and you know, time is irrelevant. I'm throwing my shot, and so I mean, that's an amazing place to be. If you can find anything in life that makes time pause, you know, that's special. So I'm looking forward to it, always am, and hopefully that happens.
Madison, Wisconsin, ever been through there?
Yeah, I have. Alyssa's family lives just outside of Madison, so they're already out there. We're gonna have like a little family week, and you know, at the same time try to win a major. But I think that's gonna help, you know, just like good vibes and lots of love going around. And yeah, I've been to AM Worlds to watch AM Worlds in Madison, and I've seen the courses. I can't say I'm too familiar with them yet, so I'm excited. It's only like 4 hours down the road. Get on the road and get some rounds in first thing in the morning tomorrow.
You're going to have 325 women and girls from around the world there with you.
Amazing.
Just what does that mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Valerie Jenkins, now Doss, started this, you know, the growth of women's disc golf. What's it called? This isn't live, right? It is live, okay.
Women's Global event.
I don't know the word I'm looking for, but like, she started the Women's Global event, and she's getting all of these women together playing one tournament, even though it's all over the world. So, you know, we've seen numbers like this before, but never in one place. So that's going to be really cool to see all these women, like I was just talking about with the little kids and the elderly men, like same thing, but all female. So that's going to be really cool to share the love of disc golf with, you know, all these women out there and see who's going to rise to the top.
All right, you'll have 93 women competing with you in Open. It'll be on the Disc Golf Network, and we'll see you next week at Madison, Wisconsin for a major.
Awesome.
Thank you, Paige.
Yeah, thank you.
Your champion, Paige Pierce. So great to hear from her. We're going to take another look at her highlights here from today.
I love to hear what Paige was saying about feeling comfortable in majors. I mean, this week she looked comfortable. She had a game plan on every tee. She knew what she was going to do to execute the shots. Think about today's round. I mean, there were some opportunities where maybe in the past, if Paige was feeling a little bit greedy, she could have went for the crazy shot. But today, she played the smart plays, got her pars when she needed to, and like she said, she left the door open. There were opportunities for the field to catch up, but she kept steady in what she had to do or what she was forced to do in those moments, and nobody put that pressure on down the stretch. So Paige is in a great position lining up for the major next week.
And we saw that she had to do a little work today. It wasn't quite as clean as the previous 2 days, as she was fighting herself out of the fairway, onto the fairway there in hole number 14. And not really any pressure as she walked up to the 18th tee, but she still delivered a couple of great drives to close out her tournament. So impressive. Paige collecting another one. You're doing good work when the trophy that you're collecting or you're putting your name on again weighs more than you do. Paige Pierce, your champion here at the Preserve, second time in 3 years. One thing that I really took away from her, she said, well, I thought maybe a 6 under would be what I needed to win today. And then she noticed the win and she made adjustments. And that's what champions do. They recognize what needs to be done. And then as she was watching her other competitors, she knew when she had to put her foot on the gas and then when she could pull it back just a little bit and maintain. And that still led to a 5-stroke victory. She increased her lead even though she was 4 strokes off the pace of what she thought she would need.
Yeah, and that's just smart play. I mean, she lowered her expectations. And I think that also takes a little bit of pressure off of what you need to do. It's really challenging to be in the #1 spot going into the final round of a tournament, knowing that these players are hungry for the win. They're just a couple strokes back. So Paige could have certainly come into the mindset of, oh, I have to birdie every hole like I have in the previous 2 rounds. But instead, she was aware of the windy conditions, knew it would be tough on everyone, and she just played smart all today. You know, she didn't have to go crazy with anything. She just played smart, and that's what, in the end, led her to the victory.
Well, and as you said, she's also still so humble and recognizing that the competition level is rising week after week, throwing around the accolades to Ella Hansen along with Holland Hanley. Also Missy Gannon. Missy Gannon, a competitor that she recognized at the Colorado Rocky Women's Championships, I should say, in Colorado a few years ago. I know she talked to her in 2016. And then a few weeks, or should I say a few months later, when she saw her in 2017, she said, hey, Missy, I want to bring you onto the team that I'm sponsored by. She saw so much talent and skill in Missy Gannon, and then from there, their friendship continued to grow. So Paige has always recognized the other skills and the talents that are out there on the course, and she knows that they're nipping at her heels week in and week out. This time she comes out with a 5-stroke victory. I'm excited to see her back in Madison. I remember she was there for the final few days of the United States Amateur Championships, or the World Championships that took place in Madison, Wisconsin in 2016. So she's seen the courses, maybe doesn't remember them intimately, and as she said, she has a very busy schedule, but it's going to be great to have her in Wisconsin next week. OTB, the best shot of the day. We've got that on deck and ready to go for you right now. We're going to take a look. Val, lots of options to choose from. We'll see what it is. And this, the tee shot on hole number 8, a 5-time world champion as well, Juliana Korver, tagging the top of the basket. Lisa Fakis, along with the rest of her card mates, Valerie as well, giving her the high fives and the props.
It's not often where the wind can help you out, and I really think that it did some favors for Juliana here, lifting it up. And how cool would that have been to go in for the ace? Incredible run nonetheless, and she got the birdie.
Well, 6 years ago on this day, Paige Pierce took down the first ever Disc Golf Pro Tour. And on the men's side, we saw that Bradley Williams did the same. And today, he's also in position. Could be crazy. We thank you guys for joining us here today for this morning's conclusion of the FPO round. We invite you to join us this afternoon at 3:30 for the men's side. For Brian Earhart, Valerie Jenkins, and myself, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We'll see you this afternoon from the Preserve.